And hello, everyone. Hey, let me make sure that we have a good sound check going. Sounds good to me. So, hey, God bless and welcome to your Friday. Mine as well. And I'm happy about that. And I hope that you are too. Man, what a week it's been. Anyway, today is Friday, April 25th, for those of you keeping score. And I'll say hello to everyone before we get started. They should be nice, but glad to see you all here. Let's see who we got in the house tonight. Um, I saw that the chat was popping. Okay. So let me rewind. I got to bring it all the way back. Apologize for the tardiness, but you know how it is getting ready for this. Rebecca Ann, 1965, welcome. All right, got Mark Ellis, Don McKenzie, Brenda Mays, Tiffany Rocks, Say What, Amy Dunn, Dom S., Christy C., Heather Brown, Oleg Cat, Carla Ann, Adrian, um, Four Pits, K Special, Sweet Dude Shibby, Nicole Watt. All right. We got Mino Dino. Hey, welcome in. Also, oh, we got a Dom S says, "Hey, Prof, what the hell is up with these idiots? You be you." Thank you, Dom. I don't know. I don't know, but we'll be talking about it. Today is called Friday Night Fights Round Two. Um, that's what up. Thank you very much, Dom. All right. Oleg says hello to everyone. Uh, Sweet dude Shibby is giving his mating call. Uh, we got let's checking this out. Lena in here. Welcome, Lena. All right. We got Stephanie. Hello, Stephanie. Saying hello to everyone. All right. What's up, Stephanie? Mino Dino. Dark Arts by Adrian. We got Four Pits, like I said. Heather Brown. Stephanie. Cole Watt. Mandy. What's up, Mandy? Mandy Gillian. All right. We got Crazy Girl 1203. What's up, 5150? We got Deb. Welcome, Deb. Hey, we got a super chat from Mark Ellis. Thank you very much, Mark. We got Miss John Snow. Mark sponsoring the show tonight again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Martha Hendricks. Welcome in, Martha Hendricks. And I saw your comments around. Thank you. Adrian is reminding everyone to please hit the thumbs up. Please do. And hey, you guys, Amy with the flowers, my sweet mod Amy, she's not here tonight. She's taking a little vacation. So she's not going to be around. So everyone, please wish Amy a happy vacation from the Prof channel, and wherever she may be, having fun with her family. And we'll be seeing her soon. But she's going to be gone for a few days, she says. Tracy Fleetwood's here. What's up, Tracy Fleetwood? Scott Perkins in here. What's up, Scott Perkins? All right, y'all. Just Me's here. What's up, Just Me? All right. Don McKenzie. What's up, Don McKenzie? What's up, Don McKenzie? All right. Who else we got in here? Artist formerly known. Welcome for can't talk. Welcome on in, for artist formerly known. That's a tongue twister. Jessica Rabbit. What's up, Jessica Rabbit? All right. What's up? All right, lost my spot. Lost my place in the chat here. What's up, Asha Harry? Asha Harry in the house. All right. You went to Golden Corral for dinner? Do those things still exist? I'm actually astonished. I used to love that with my grandparents. That was a highlight of the month, whatever. All right, who else we got in here? Enjoy my bath. Heavy Metal Rehab. What's up, Heavy Metal Rehab? Heavy Metal in the house. Okay. Hmm. You see what I mean? Heavy Metal. Barbie's 3000. Welcome. Nancy Drew 101. Welcome. Welcome. We couldn't have started without you. Right. We got Nancy Drew. We got Barbies. Okay. Heavy Metal. Who else we checking for? Who else is missing? What's up, Rhonda Holton? Rhonda Holton in the house. All right. Boom. Call your family and tell them we're about to get on. All right. All right. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Fort Pitt says he apologizes in advance for inappropriate behavior. Guys, I'd single you all out, but fat thumbs on the little phone. What's up, Pertinent? And what's up, TJ Bits? All right, everyone in the live stream, jump on into the chat if you don't mind. You'll enjoy the chat. I promise you. Lots of awesome people in the chat. All right. Abram Town. All right. Four Pits. Four Pits. Mino Dino. Don't dox me. Welcome. I haven't and I won't, but welcome in anyway. Dieter, welcome in. Dieter. What's up, Regina Grady Bolden? All right. Boom. Shakalaka. We're getting them in here. Don't dox here. Your sugar daddy's in the house? Uh oh. Mark Ellis. Gloria Sterrett. Indiana Nan. Thank you, Indiana. Now that is actually my music. I finally got off my rear end and decided to upload some music into the platform. So hope you enjoyed it. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. Recorder two, Ricardo two, Ricardo two. All right, Jenny Grohl, welcome in. Okay. All right. I just love seeing everyone I already recognize. It's amazing here. I need to do a meet and greet. Yeah, let's do it. Come on. J Ray, hello, J Ray. Hello, Deb. Okay, Miri in the house again. Welcome. Hello, Prof and all here for my Friday night regular show. You guys, boom. Pert Innit is saying hello to most people. Heather Swinson, welcome in. Nat Just Nat, welcome in. Nice to meet you. Hey, Deborah, welcome in. So we got Deb and Deborah. All right. And we got Nobody Nothing, 1717. Welcome, welcome. Lowered Customs, welcome. Shotgun Susie, welcome. Mimi, welcome. Erin, welcome. First Prof Live, well, welcome. Hope you enjoy it. I got a special message for you all before we really get rolling. What's up? What's up? All right, welcome in. All right, we're getting rolling. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Anyone new in here who I haven't seen yet? If I haven't said hello to you yet, just jump on into the chat and I will say hello because I'm almost caught up now. Miss Pie Crust, welcome in. All right. Everyone's saying in Amy, enjoy her vacation. Yeah. Kate, you welcome. There's Kate. Moonbeam 70s child. What's up? New photo there. Welcome on in. Christina, welcome in. Miss Christina is coming on in. Okay. Now, I think we got pretty much everyone. Let's see. Oh, 26 Dead Zombies. Welcome. Gretchen Allen. Welcome. All right. I actually heard a criticism today. You want to hear the criticism that someone tried to sling at me? That I spend 20 minutes saying hello to the chat. Sorry, it's our show, not yours. Marianne Foster, welcome. Trial Junkie, welcome. Goddess, hey, Goddess, welcome. Yeah, I don't have all day, welcome. All right. Well, we're getting there. Christy C, welcome. Now, there's another Christy C, isn't there? Do we have two Christy C's? Okay. Prof, please shout out to my granddaughter, Mahani. Okay. Hello, beautiful. Hello to you. Stay off the internet. Bad people there. All right. Hurt in it. Okay. Chickpea, welcome. Okay. I don't know whether Christy C is saying don't dox her or she's saying hello to don't dox me. So it is what it is. Okay. Let me see. Anyone else? We haven't. No, no, I'm not going to blow an O ring. I told you. I told you it's a special night. I'm going to say that to everyone. Hiawatha, welcome. Okay. I got Mino Dino, Adrian, Nancy Drew, Tracy Fleetwood, Mino. I already said Mino Dino, Sweet Dude Shibby. I mean, it's a party in here. Okay. Kali Yuga. All right. Who else we got in here? Heather's still here. All right. I haven't ran Heather off yet by saying hello to everyone. Okay. So we got yeah, that's why I say hello to all my great people. I mean, listen, it took a while because I had to ban everybody who wasn't great. You get the process? All right, y'all. My live with the my live with Sergio, you mean? The live with Sergio got you through a long drive? Perfect. Perfect. Just me, welcome. All right. It just takes a while to say hello to everyone. But what I always tell people is look, on the replay, people come in and complain about that on the replays. And I think, don't you have a forward button? All right. Moonbeam 70s. Look, Niobe's in the house. Welcome, Niobe. And there's Bonnie. Hello, Bonnie. Post apocalyptic. Okay. What's up? Jake Brooks. What's up, sir? Salute to you. All right. Now, who am I missing? Pies of your choices. All right. Jake Brooks, y'all. All right. So who else we got in here that I have not said hello to? I think we're good. We're caught up. All right. That's everyone. I didn't forget you. I just said hi, Niobe. All right, y'all. So here's the deal. Um, tonight's show will be nice for you. If you're easily offended by my bad attitude and my bad words, well, I have a surprise for you, old ladies. Tonight would be a nice night for you to listen because I do not intend to scream, yell, and use bad words because apparently that causes some people to not hear the words that I am saying because they are unable to hear anything other than bad words. So tonight we will be not using bad words, or we will not be using bad words, and we will attempt to discuss here without the use of bad words from me and yelling and screaming. And maybe you guys will, who haven't heard yet what I've been saying for quite a while, maybe you will hear this time. Hopefully. All right. Um, so that's the plan for tonight. So it's going to be extra friendly. Okay. But welcome Zach and welcome Digital. Hey, look, Digital's coming in. Are you trying to sneak in? You didn't even say hello. You're just saying hello to everyone else. Okay. Sneaky. All right. Possum friend, welcome to you. All right. Christy C, Deborah. Okay. It's Sunday morning. No, it's Saturday morning in Australia. Well, enjoy the walk. Hopefully you will hear some of the things I'm saying. Okay. Now let's see. The problem is I got two things that are straggling here that I got to deal with before I get rolling. So I'm just so glad to see everyone in here. Oh, look, a new person here, Monkey Lady, 86. All right, what's up, Monkey Lady? Welcome in, and also welcome in Sandra Rowley, and welcome to the memberships. God bless you, Sandra, and thank you for joining a membership. All right, boom. All right, for the people in the back, yeah, no swearing tonight. Okay. Now let's see. I got to get two things for you. So just momentarily. Okay. So let me do this. Oh gosh. Okay. I'm going to say select 1, 2. I'm going to Send it to the desktop. Okay, then I'll get them going. So I think we're all good with everyone. I'm glad you guys are in here. Welcome to Friday. Tonight's show is called the Prof Friday Night Fights, round two. And this will be round two, and I'll tell you momentarily. Let me pull these up. I'll tell you what we're getting into. Okay, so let me see. I need to do two more. I need to do. Okay. Well, well, I guess we'll start with that. As luck would have it, I don't know how to use my technology, so it went ahead and it jumped off into this. So I might as well just go with this. That way, I don't know. I'm not giving it away early. So as you see, this is Christina. Christina came into the channel and made a comment I thought was interesting. And I didn't intend to start with this. I intended it for near the end. But since it popped up, we'll do it this way. Okay? We'll do it this way. So I'll just start with this since the computer told me to do it. This says, I've had some time to mull this over and really consider this from many different perspectives. Ultimately, what I've concluded is we have all chosen to come together as a community and speak up for Rick Allen on our own, not at the behest of Kathy. They don't have to pick anybody because they supported her or Rick. They don't owe anybody an explanation for their decisions because we publicly supported them and donated money for Rick. Neither Kathy nor Rick have ever reached out to the public and asked for our help. Fact. I have no doubt that they are grateful for this community's support, but that doesn't mean they're obligated to do anything but focus on saving Rick. The last thing any of us should want is to put more stress and demands onto them. They should be able to have some peace of mind, and if they ever feel that from any one place, it should be from us all. In other words, peace of mind. It's wrong to attach a proverbial price tag after the fact and demand that they owe us answers. That's not how this works. Kathy isn't online or in the streets asking for anything from us. Rick isn't either. We have wanted to help because what's happening to Rick is wrong. Nothing has changed. Kathy and Rick are keeping their mouths shut. And sorry, let me pull the other one up, the part two. And battling this shit the best they can. We never had any say in this, and we don't now. So I don't know why people feel frustrated. However, if anyone disagrees with anything at any point, they can just move on. Why feel so personally offended when we weren't a part of this anyway? We are still all supporters, same as we've always been. If Michael or Kara are the saints that the community feels they are, then why is there this ticking clock to this generous offer? In my opinion, the community should be really asking what are their motives if there's some sort of expiration date on this offer and time constraints. Why isn't the good deed available to the Allens after they've had plenty of time to weigh their options? Why is the pro bono offer right here and right now, or it's lost forever? What's the rush? The community should all wonder, why is the offer lost forever if it wasn't accepted right away? If the offer is so great and once in a lifetime thing that Kathy will never have the opportunity again, then why can't it be an open offer, open ended? Why would they want to put undue stress on Kathy and Rick? And I want to thank you, Christina. I thought that was a beautiful reflection, or I forget the word. The word's losing me because my boy's in there singing in the next room. It's distracting. But it was a beautiful way, Christina, to express what I had not yet expressed with words, but I had thought and felt is basically why. Okay, and there's more. There's more. And honestly, I kind of improvise these things, even though I plan them out in advance. Uh, this technology makes everything so difficult to manage all of this. You guys know that I literally show you hundreds and thousands of receipts and all this, and it's really hard to manage it all and make sure it all comes up in the right order, etc. It's a little difficult, but so I'm going to kind of be winging it, I guess, in that I'm going to maybe take some things that I had planned for the end since I accidentally showed Christina's chat. I'm going to take some things that I had in close proximity to that commentary from Christina, and I'm going to pull them forward, I guess, and then maybe we'll get back on track. So, this is what I call an inconvenient truth. I copied this verbatim from a text message I received. I could go and tell you the date, but it doesn't really matter. I think you all will read it for yourselves and understand what this means. I actually kind of want to tell you the date now that I think about it. Let me see. I'll tell you the date. Because, people will be hating on these comments. This was April 12th. This was April 12th. It was indeed April 12th that I received this message in the morning. Now, I want you to keep that in mind. Okay, I want you to keep that in mind. April 12th. Keep that date in mind. Now, listen, I'm not here to beat up on anyone. I'm really not. I'm here to continue to tell you the truth about everyone. Because, people like to frame it as if telling the truth about their irresponsible deeds or bad actions, um, they try to frame that as attacks. And look, like I said, I understand at times I say and do things in a rather abrasive fashion. And this is why I'm saying tonight, I'm not going to go that route with you. Okay. Let me say it this way. I'm sorry that many of you have been hurt and offended by the abrasive way that I've said things and some of the things I've done that have been abrasive. Because you need to understand that there are times that I do things for effect to shake you all up. And you got to understand with the noise in this world, you have to understand that in the back of my mind, I think, how do I raise a noise, shake people up, get people's attention on this particular issue? And unfortunately, when I decided to address this, I thought that I had to use mean words to get my point across because there were so many things that were verboten in this community. But you got to understand that it's things like this that led to that. Because remember, this was April 12th. Okay. Now, I want to take you back. I'm going to take you back a bit because I did a show that was struck down, the one I'm apologizing for. And I left it. I didn't appeal it because I had already saved a copy. And I felt the message was received. Okay. But I want you to, I'm going to now play for us an excerpt from that show. And I think that's a good way to start us off because there's some things we need to talk about. And this show was from March 17th, I believe. A month and a week ago, more or less. But let's take a look at it, or let's take a listen to it, because I need you to hear where I was then and where we are now. Okay, we're going to compare the two. I know this is going to be difficult. This is going to be one of the most difficult talks, probably one of the most important live streams I've done. This is going to change the course of Delphi forever. I'm confident in it because they're very important things that we have to talk about that have gone unsaid for a long time. Okay. And unfortunately, that's where we are. And my instructions to the mods are please, if people come in to argue, time them out for 24 hours. Okay, please. That's the approach we're going to take to anyone trying to distract in the chat and argue. So tonight we're going to talk about the BG video controversy. And I'm going to be telling you the entire of my thoughts. I'm going to be telling you about things that have gone on behind the scenes that you don't know about. I'm going to be saying things that people don't want me to say it because I'm tired of biting my tongue. I'm sure the hate watchers, the spies, the moles, and the handlers are already in full effect. Some of you are already in the chat, I'm sure. And that is what it is. But You guys want to know? And so I'll let you know. Okay. Um, Now, I think it should be clear to everyone from the jump that we have a problem with this BG video, correct? Now, I've already done a part one of looking at it and commenting on some of the red flags. So there's so many levels to this, it's hard to even know where to begin. And this is something that it's sort of like there's no right place to begin, and all I can do is pull on strings or pull on threads and see what unravels. So it's almost as if there's no right place to begin. And I intended to put together a presentation to show you things, but I gave up on that. I figured that it's going to be more trouble than it's worth. And there's really no right or wrong way to do this. So who knows? Now, there's been a lot that's gone on, okay? And I guess where I'll start is that there's been a shitstorm since this video has been released. And unfortunately, I think that the people who released it didn't anticipate the shitstorm that started. They were looking for another type of shitstorm, okay? And so what has happened is this shitstorm or this shit has rebounded and hit them in the eye, okay? So there's a whole thing that this is exposing that's been known about and has not been spoken about and has been tolerated and been suspected for a while, okay? Now, where to start? I think it's clear is that this video is tampered with. There's something wrong with it, okay? There's something wrong with the video. That's where we're starting, okay? Now, I've already expressed my own opinion that there is a whispering. There is a whispering on the video, which tells you there's someone else there. Okay, it's a girl. There's a girl's voice. Now, it could be a 20-something-year-old, or it could be a teenager, but there's a girl's voice whispering. Okay, that's something that's wrong with the audio. There's also plenty of wrong with the visuals. And I've commented to some of my friends that the problem appears to be AI enhancement, okay? It looks AI enhanced. Now, you see, this is causing a huge stir. It's a huge stir in the community. That's a nice word. That was a nice word I chose. Now, what is the community, Prof? Well, I don't know. Let me ask you that. What is the community? Is the community those of us who actually care about the truth about what happened on February 13th and 14th, 2017? Or is the community those of us who want attention on the internet and want to try to advocate for freeing Richard Allen solely, and the shaming and exposing of the Carroll County law enforcement solely? Because ultimately, the thing that I shone light on was I asked the question, is this video the original video from the victim's phone? Or is this video the enhanced video? Okay? Is this video the original video from the victim's phone? Or is this the enhanced video? Which is a valid question. Sometimes I yell, sorry. Which begs the question. Why are there people, presumably the same people who released this video, so upset about us questioning whether this is the original video or not? And that's what we're here to discuss tonight. Because you see, this case is so much more complicated than any of you have ever suspected in your lives. And it's complicated because when you come into the internet, you make friends. You find a pre-existing social structure that you try to fit in and find your place in. And when you come into the Delphi murders, you find that there's already an entire social structure. People with canned opinions. You know where to go to find these sorts and that sorts and this sort and this sort. Okay, so you never expect to find the backstabbers where you find them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to stab you in the back, right? Someone tell me. Where are the wolves in sheep's clothing? Where are the backstabbers? Surely if you could see them coming on head on, you would avoid them. If the snakes were not in the grass, you'd see the snake. It wouldn't bite you. So I find it interesting after watching people for quite some time. Find their actions and reactions, responses, behavior interesting. Because you see, I know I'm here and I know what I need and what I don't. And I don't care if I lose 1,000 of you tonight. I don't care. 1,000 subs? Fuck them. I got 4 other 1,000. I'm not here for subs. I started off with what, 20? I'll go back to 20. So see, there comes a time when you have to express unpopular opinions and tell the truth. And you see, there's an elephant in the room in this community. And hello, you've got to recognize the elephant in the room. Now, see, I've never lied to you. I haven't pulled shenanigans behind the scenes. I haven't lied to those who've trusted me. After all, why would I have to lie in the double murders of 2 little girls that I had nothing to do with? All I have is the truth on my side. That's what I'm in it for. So the stupid games, the fuckery, the virtue signaling, the backstabbing, I don't have to do it. Never did. And you see, oh, Prof, you've been fighting the troll farm for so long. Yeah, oddly enough, the easily recognizable enemy was the one you want to fight, right? That's the first one you have to dispense with. You know, the ones threatening to kill you on a regular basis, threatening your children, putting your house and your name and your address on the internet, and all the fucking stalking and harassment, the real life stalking, the calling your employer, the calling your police, the calling your CPS, all the shit they do. The ones who obviously work for law enforcement. The ones who obviously protect the family at all costs. The ones who obviously are fucking around. That's the ones you want to deal with first. So what? What do we spend 2 years dealing with them? But see, it goes a level deeper. Now, many of you may or may not know that I've befriended Christine and Erica, 2 of the former defense investigators. I mean, why not? They're nice ladies. They've been honest the entire time. They've not violated their relationships with anyone they're working with. But they've also not violated their relationships with me. So I see them coming under attack from Indiana State Police. And then from supposed defense advocates. And I wonder, why the fuck are they attacking Christine and Erica? Why are you trying to discredit me and Christine and Erica? Interesting. But we keep moving forward. But I bring them up because I thought I could get the ball rolling with this, which is, see if I can, no, that doesn't help, does it? Doesn't matter where I am. Anyhow, I thought to get the ball rolling, I can bring up something that Erica recently said, which has an element of truth to it and which may get us on the right path. She says Thursday night, Vinnie Politan and crew covered the leaked video It wasn't in our hard drive, so it wasn't us. Take note. Take note. First time since the gag order was lifted, I declined to participate. And it's time I explain why. I was threatened not to appear. As a result, I chose to do my due diligence before making any further public comments and find out why this person made that threat so I can continue speaking the truth no matter who gets upset. Now that threat has been deemed worthless, and we know the person who made it is desperately trying to control the narrative. And here's where it gets rich. I won't be declining anymore. If I had been allowed to appear, the most important piece of information I would have shared is that this video is one of two versions. And that's the reason for the confusion on the interwebs. One of two. There is the original and the enhanced stabilized version. One version, the original, shows BG further away. This video shows him closer. A police officer testified that he used software to fill in the gaps, thus creating the altered version. If I had been allowed to appear, I would have also made the point that this is the exact reason why PIs are trained not to alter videos in any way. It creates confusion and can be misleading to a jury. Altered evidence is subject to being thrown out by a judge. And it's no surprise that didn't happen in this case. It's a damn shame the police aren't held to the same standards as private investigators, or there wouldn't be two versions in the first place. And all of this confusion. I would have also mentioned that eerie breath in the first few seconds that has now been caught by expert ears. That means by Julie Melvin and the Prof and others. Which explains some things we already suspected. Yes, that there was someone else behind the camera. Oh, yeah. Christine and I have been put in an impossible position for the last 2 years. It's called a non-disclosure agreement. It's called a non-disclosure agreement. And apparently, we have a right and a responsibility to speak up about what we know. The truth will come out no matter who it affects. If someone is upset about the truth, they should have listened better when given vital information they chose to ignore. Threaten me again, that'll be fun. Now, oh, what is that all about, Prof? Well, Eric is not lying to you. That's what it's about. So, now we get into the dark waters. Who posted the video? And why are they so determined to convince you all that it's the original video? I want you all to remember this is mid-March, a month and a week ago, 5 weeks ago. Untampered, unstabilized, unenhanced. Luke, Sleuthy Goosey, Angela, and Michael Osbrook. Now, see, I don't like games. Possibly. I don't like when you act like I'm stupid. And I don't like when you try to control me. And you see, you motherfuckers have played some stupid games. And so this is one of your stupid prizes. I know this is going to be difficult. This is going to be one of the most difficult talks, probably one of the most important live streams I've done. This is going, and that's enough. I went on, as you may remember, to say some mean things to these people. Now, my point to you that I'm trying to convey to you tonight on April 25th is that less than a week after the release of this video, I told you the truth about who was behind it. I don't know how many of you missed that, because I want you to think back into who else told you the truth about who released the video. Think about it. Who else on the entire fucking internet told you who released the video, who were behind it? I was the only one. And I took a lot of hits for it. Actually, I think I want to take a little ride down memory lane. Let's see. See if I can handle this. Where is it? All right, let's go back a bit. You know, we're talking about a month ago. Let's go back a bit. All right, we're going to go to this one, Prof. True Crime. Let's back that one up. All right. Oh, look at there a month ago. The elephant in the room in the Delphi case is controlled opposition. Facts matter. Fuck around, find out. Nice try, kids. TikTok, y'all gonna learn today. No more Mr. Nice Guy, bitches. Frazzle drip, figure it out. Awkwardness, avoidance, reluctance, denial, ignorance, diversion, silence, advocacy. I shared alive. Facts are facts. All right. Someone want to explain this to me? I knew it was a trap. Get the F out of here. Copyright claim by Gray Television Group, also known as Gray Media. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Highly recommend Adrian's slideshow presentation. I'm wondering if you've been wondering what Voorhees has been saying, this will help enlighten you. Get it? With receipts. Oh, look at here. I love to be proven right. What are the odds that an advertising firm contracted by the Lafayette Police Department would be claiming copyright to the Bridge Guy video? And I display to you some things. I see the Delphi cat ladies have been making the rounds again because I told the truth. Oh, wow. What was the truth, Prof? Oh, think about it. Let's see. The behavior displayed last night is weird. Accusing bees of using their pee power and sleeping with the defense to get info. He's only butthurt one. He's mad nobody asked for his permission to release the video. He's just like Gray Hughes. And there's a whole bunch of outrage that I would say that there's something with the cat ladies and the Lafayette PD, and then there's an R&M Productions at R&M Productions X. He's so weird. I told woman earlier, if I'm gonna be bullied or degraded, I'm paying good money for it. And someone says, I'm gonna effing kill him. And that person said, I'm gonna strike the prof for saying my name. So I got this strike. And you see it. That's it right there. But there's some stuff there. This is my community page, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Um, and then we had some of this type of stuff, which I'm going to show you momentarily. All right. Odd, right? All right. Then we had this kind of stuff. Okay. Anyhow, let's be done with this just momentarily. Hold on. All right, let's see what I've missed in the chat before I move on. Okay, thank you, Adrian. Thank you. All right. Welcome in, Mr. Bill, and anyone else coming in. I'm sorry I haven't said hello, but I'm genuinely appreciative of everyone who's come into the chat. But I'm not done. Look, we haven't even gotten started. Trust me. Trust me. Okay. Yes, exactly. The source is still unknown, and we're going to be getting into that tonight. You guys are going to be understanding tonight. I'm going to deliver to you a spoonful of grape flavored medicine. Okay? You know, kids like that. Kids will take it when it's sweet, right? Um, appreciate you guys being amazing in the chat, and I just be patient with me. Okay? We're getting there. We're just getting the ball rolling. We're just getting the wheels. You know, you ever been in a clunker? Been in a clunker? I had a dream last night. I was in a clunker. You ever been in a clunker and it takes a while to get that momentum going? Absolutely no way that just happened. My stream just crashed. Apologize for that because now it's going to take me some time to get all the exhibits back up. What a world. What in the world? This is terrible. I had everything loaded into the StreamYard and now it's gone. Jeez, man. Jeez. This is the absolute worst way to try to do it. It took me 15 minutes to load all that stuff. All right. All right. Here we go. I got to start loading it. Apologize for that though. It crashed. Yeah, I still have. Yeah, you guys enjoy the chat while I start to. I apologize for that. I try to be totally organized. I had everything. I had 15 presentations up for you. They're all gone now. So here we go. I got to start loading. Well, let me figure how I want to do this. God, this is killing me. What a pain in the ass. What a pain. All right, I know the first one. Okay, the first one. Sorry, so we're going to go baby speed. Maybe it's good for the viewers though. If I baby walk you, uh, I might make it even more clear. Okay, so here we go. Let's see. Gosh, what a pain in the ass. I cannot believe it. Oh, what a pain. Well, you guys are going to thank you, Christina. You are beautiful. And Diana, you're beautiful. And Adrian, you're so beautiful. And Silence, you're beautiful. You girls. Shibby, yes, you're beautiful too. Don't get too upset. Four pits, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. All right, so where am I getting at? What am I getting at? I guess I have to go baby walk it now because now I'll have to upload each thing individually. It's a pain. Okay. What is this? This was my first slide for tonight because in other words, my whole presentation has crashed. First slide right here. Someone explain to this. What do I mean? Why would I choose to start off my presentation with a slide called Semantic Games? I need you to think about it out there. Because trust me, if you're not up to speed with me, you will be tonight. What are semantic games? I'll tell you. I'll give you a hint. Because if you once you start to understand what we're getting into tonight, you're going to understand that these people, okay, they love to play these cagey semantic games. All right. And you're about to find out that that's what we're dealing with. Okay. Because listen, semantic games, what does it mean? You never actually take accountability. Everything is flowery. Everything is PR. Everything is politically correct. Thank you, Claremont. Author Claremont says projection. And what they do, they project. Okay, so like I said, I am now handicapped. Thank you, Possum. There you go. There you go. They do linguistic sleight of hand, semantic games. And unfortunately, I'm now handicapped to one slide at a time because all my slides are gone. So, yeah, we're going to get into it. In other words, one of the semantic games has been concern trolling, which is exactly what they do. Getting back to projection, concern trolling. But they love to point at you and say, concern trolling. Okay, so I'm going to teach you tonight. Now, listen, I apologize that I've lost all my slides. It's okay, we'll make it through anyway. There's more than just slides. Okay, so let me think how I want to start. Let's see. I'll start with this. I have to upload everything, so just a moment. Let's see. We're going to start tonight with religion. Okay? We need to talk. We need to talk. This is a community. Listen, kids. Listen, kids. Come on in. Come on in. Everybody sit down. Everybody have a seat. First thing we're going to talk tonight about is religion. Because here's the thing I've been saying. I tried to bring you. Look like you lost me again. Okay, you're back. So what I said was We're taking us back a month and a half to the leaking of this video. Because honestly, what's your point, Prof? You're fucking circuitous. Okay, I'll get to the point. The point is this: Luke, Sleuty, Angela, Kara Weinecke, Michael Osbrook, Matt Hoffman, et al. Now, what do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? Does anyone know what I mean by that? I mean, have you figured it out yet? Since we're having a fight, since we're going to fight to the death, let's fight to the death. Because guess what? I'm down for 13 rounds too. See, there's so much you have to understand. You have to understand the truth of the matter. Here's the thing: I have not been here trying to beat up anyone. I have been trying to hold everyone to a higher standard, which is to say, the truth of the matter is what matters. Let me ask you, who was behind the Rick Allen Justice website? Who was behind the contract with Rick Allen and Kathy Allen? Social justice warrior, often abbreviated as SJW, is a pejorative term, an internet meme used to describe, quote, individuals who advocate for social and political reforms, particularly those related to equality and justice for marginalized groups. It's often used with negative connotations, implying that the person is excessively focused on the issues of social justice, potentially to the point of being overly sensitive or politically correct, and willing to do unethical and immoral things to achieve those ends, I might add. Which is why they say you must be a far leftist to care about Rick Allen. We'll get back to that. Because I guess we have to crack the door on into religion now. Recently, there was a live stream, and I'm going to share with you some things that you may not be aware of yet that you probably should. Like, I'm trying to show you and not tell you. Okay? I believe by showing you, it's the best way to teach.
So my concern is when we start talking about baptisms, right? And we go back to when his psychosis started and the religious out of nowhere things we were doing, which still, I think one of the big things for me with that is that all this time he was like reading the Bible. He's always reading the Bible. He's reading the Bible. But anytime he mentions the Bible, he only mentions one verse.
False. False. Fair use. Fair use, by the way. I have it scrolling here below. This is for educational purposes. with commentary, etc., etc. Uh, false. Let's say this. Rick does not just discuss one verse. He does not just read one verse. And so there's more to get here, but obviously we're talking about Rick Allen.
It's the same verse. Every time he brings it up, every time he asks someone to read it to him, every time he starts, spouting it out, it's always the same verse. It's not like he's reading it, studying it,
absorbing it.
And then sharing new things that he's read or heard or stories. And let me tell you about the story of Hella or whatever. Like, it's always just the same thing. And so let's just say his brain's still not right. He's still in that religious, whatever. Angela probably knows what to call it. And if we're blocking him off from talking to other people, and people that do have access to talk to him are feeding that, right?
Excuse me. I should make a statement. Kathy Allen has decided who he will and who he will not talk to in conjunction with Rick. It's a joint decision of who he will and will not talk to. So let me let it continue. I apologize.
Right?
Yes.
It's going to be a little bit more difficult. Like, I would think that it would progress his, I don't want to call it mental illness, but it's not helping him go back the other way. It's just going to keep pushing him further and further. It's really difficult to articulate because
they're feeding his delusions, basically, is what they're doing.
Yes. And let's say that he is about to be baptized. Like, it almost seems.
I want to ask all of you, because I know lots of you live in the Midwest. Let's be honest here. I look at my analytics. I would say 70% of my viewers live in Indiana. A question. Are your religious realities delusions? Okay. Apologize. I don't mean to be interjecting here.
Seems like brainwashed. It's so bizarre. It's like, you can believe whatever you want to believe. I was baptized when I was a baby.
Yeah.
But like, it's like, if someone's having hallucinations and they're scared of these hallucinations, are you gonna keep being like, yeah, you see that huge 10-headed monster over there? Oh, we're gonna fall in lava. You're not gonna encourage those things that are not right. You're gonna try to, somebody does. It does seem like brainwashing. It seems
you're gonna ground them in reality. Well, you're gonna challenge that too. Like, no one is saying that Rick's not allowed to find God or to find comfort in religion while he's in prison, or that he's not allowed to have his Bible. And that's a very different thing from a religious delusion and a hyper religiosity. And the fact that Rick went from being basically he was basically atheist, right? No, he went into DOC without a religion, and all of a sudden, Walla and Harshman are like, oh, on the 21st of March, he gave his life to Jesus, and it's like, okay, well, it's not like he was going out and experiencing church or experiencing whatever. Like, him talking about baptism makes me fear for his that to me sounds like suicidality. That to me sounds like giving up. That to me sounds like
what Keith just said.
What did Keith say?
Keith just said baptism is symbolic and represents a cleansing and forgiving of sins before passing into the afterlife. It means he's planning to depart.
Well, so you talk about whenever Rick gets super hyper religious and when he's incarcerated, what is he also talking about? He's talking about wanting to die.
Yeah.
He's talking about wanting to die and to see his family again in the afterlife.
So my concern is when we start talking about baptisms, right?
So what's with the What's with the alarmist, urgent, inflammatory push for he's thinking of dying. He's thinking of dying. Let's go back to it. I'm sorry. He's wanting to die. He's talking about wanting to die. He's talking about wanting to die. He's talking about wanting to die and see his family again in the afterlife. Does no one else see what I see? Does no one else hear what I hear? Anyhow, apologize. I'm not trying to belabor the point, but we're getting there. Okay, we're getting started. Unfortunately, like I said, my stream crashed and now I've lost everything. I have to pull it up slide at a time. All right. There's another.
So it's like it takes a village, right? You have defense counsel who was not willing to incorporate the village, right? They were weird about it. They didn't know about it. But then you have these other attorneys who are wanting to work for free and come out of their own pockets and have come out of their own pockets, who see the value in utilizing and being part of the village.
And by the way, these are two attorneys who stepped up and defended Brad and Andy and saved their careers. Brad and Andy were facing contempt charges and serious allegations and literally got thrown off of a high-profile case for misconduct, allegedly. That's a big deal, and that is something that follows you for life. And Kara and Michael, both in separate ways, came to their defense.
Okay, I disagree with that. If you mean by posting on social media, I'm trying to recall, because in my recollection of this attempt to have them found in contempt. Now you may be talking about the Supreme Court where Weineke and Lehman argued or at least wrote various writs. There's a thing. But I'm trying to understand here what also these claims are, because I don't know if I want to comment before they go into it or after, because it's difficult. It's difficult to know, but I guess on that particular point, let's say that are we talking about the initial forced removal, which resulted in a Supreme Court action, which oddly enough I just covered in the previous live stream for anyone who is curious about it. So if you've ever wondered about the attempt to remove Baldwin and Razi, those honorable gentlemen, it's in the previous live stream. I go in depth into the Supreme Court, the attempt wherein the Supreme Court said, hell no, Judge Gold, you can't do that. Okay. And then there was an additional attempt subsequently where Nick McClelland tried a second time, and this time was an attempt to find them in contempt and have them arrested and jailed, etc., regarding contempt of court. But remember, Weineke and Alsbrook had nothing, absolutely zilch to do with that, other than posting shit on Facebook. I'm sorry, Twitter. Okay. And look, I'm not trying to downgrade Osbrook's interest in the case or Weineke's interest in the case, Osbrook's friendship with the Mean Girls or Weineke's friendship with the Mean Girls. This is not about that. This is not about degrading or minimizing any friendships or any Twitter posting. This is about talking about factually. Factually, let's talk about factually. Since we're trying to create alarm, since it seems to me like there's this attempt to stir up alarm and urgency, manufactured urgency, and anyway, I don't mean I feel like I'm belaboring. Let me go back to playing it because I just wanted to stop in there and interject that uh, at the moment because I think like see what I'm sensing here is there's an attempt to downgrade the defense attorneys Baldwin and Rousey and make them less than, and I see that there's an attempt to stir up this frantic urgency, sense of urgency, and then there's an attempt to uh, boost or upgrade Weineke and Allsbrook's contributions. Which, like I said, if you're considering to YouTube and Facebook and Twitter, yeah, there's something there. But let's be honest here. Let's be honest here. In the court, it was all about something else, which was basically that Judge Gold's assistant was messaging and feeding information to Fig Sauls specifically, and that all of that led to a catch-22 situation in which Judge Gold realized in the March 18th contempt hearing that uh, she could not find them in contempt without opening up a can of, oh shit, I better not. You understand? Okay, so let me continue. I'm sorry. Like I'm not attempting to. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say, Jay Ray. I like I said, I'm all fucked up right now. I apologize for the language. I'm all messed up right now. That I lost all of my uploads to the platform because now I'm handicapped in my flow. I wanted to be able to do this flawlessly. Okay. Sorry. Sorry for that. So let me continue. Okay, let me continue with this. I'm going to continue.
And put forth excellent arguments and work and saved their fucking.
No, like I'm saying, I can't even let it go too much. Two more words. Let's be honest here. If we're talking about the contempt of court, all Weineke and Osberg did was post on Twitter.
Asses. And they didn't have to do that, and they didn't expect to be paid handsomely in exchange for that. So now for people to turn around and act like Kara and Michael have at any point done any of this for their own benefit or their own gain, like Kara's on the road doing oral arguments all the time. She's quite busy. Michael's busy winning habeas cases. Like it's the most disingenuous bullshit. And for trial counsel to not be bending over backwards to go to bat for them now. I said this earlier. I'll say it again. I'm not here to like cast judgment unfairly, but when I see some shit that really disturbs me, I'm going to say the lack of integrity that I've seen from people who I held in very high esteem has been baffling.
Same.
Baffling.
So it's like,
You see, I feel like there's some butt hurt over Baldwin and Rozzi, and I'm trying to understand that because there seems to be a whole lot of shit about Baldwin and Rozzi right now, and I have more to say. I have more to say on that, but I'm going to try to get past this before I go into Baldwin and Rozzi and Jennifer Auger. Let me continue.
it takes a village, right?
I feel like the state is infiltrating and
Okay, I can't even let it go. Listen, did you hear that? I feel like the state is infiltrating. So the allegation there, with the insinuation that I'm feeling is you're saying Erica Morse is the state infiltrating? Am I picking up on that right? Am I picking up on that right? The state is infiltrating Erica Morse? Because I'm having a problem with that one, honestly. Like that one right there is quite a problem with me, I must admit. Okay, let me just, I'm trying not to be mean here to anyone. This is not about these individuals. This is not about anything. This is about the truth and critical thinking. Okay, and I want everyone who's a critical thinker to seriously listen and weigh all of this. Sorry, let me let it, I got to stop pausing it.
The reality is they are, and they do, and they always will. And the frustrating thing is that had the defense just agreed, just followed through on what they promised,
which was what? To leak the entire discovery on a website that you all have a hand in?
Followed through on what they promised, which was transparency from the beginning, a neutral platform to put out the exhibits and put out the evidence and follow through with that plan instead of burying their heads in the sand and getting cold feet and pussying out at the last minute and letting all the bullshit and all the heat fall on people that didn't even have the authority to do that anyway, you know, and had they just stood firm in their convictions for once, like they did back when they filed the Franks memo. I don't know what happened to those men that we respected, but had they just done that, the mess that we're in right now, I don't think would be nearly
self-created mess. Self-created mess. But we attack the messenger, the truth teller,
as like loud or predominant. It wouldn't be the main thing. The mess is always going to be around, but the thing that the state has working in their favor from day one is that they hide.
No, let's be honest here. Okay. Let's be honest here. We all want all of the exhibits. Okay, I have to stop it again, and I apologize for continuously breaking this up. I'd love to play it in its entirety. Listen, by the way, there's a YouTube channel called Excited Utterance. This is where you can find this particular conversation. I'm going to link it in the description below, the live stream in which this conversation is had, so that all of you can go listen to it in its entirety with context and all. But let me just say this. I find it odd to insinuate that Rick Allen would get out, because here's the reality of it. Rick Allen ain't getting out of prison at all. 0% chance whatsoever unless an appeal is granted. So what's this attempt to instill this false sense of hope and urgency in people that there's a chance or a possibility that he could get out? Free Rick Allen. We're not freeing Rick Allen in a month. Do you understand that? The appeal is the quickest route to freeing Rick Allen. Let's be honest and realistic here, because we all love and trust and respect each other. And we're not going to instill false hope in people who know less than we do. Okay? Excited Utterance. There's this entire conversation. I'm going to link for you in the description when the show's over for you to go and review it. But I'm just saying that there's this, see, there are several layers of lies being told. In other words, Rick Allen, get out. No, Rick Allen ain't getting out. Okay? The only way you get Rick Allen out is a 0.00005% chance if you suspend or wipe away the appeal and do a post-conviction attempt prior to appeal, which is an abnormality. It's referred to as the Davis-Hatton procedure, was what Michael Osbrook has been promoting all these months prior to this month. This Davis-Hatton procedure is an extreme Hail Mary pass. And if you attempt this procedure, thereby suspending or pausing the appeal, then you forego the possibility of a post-conviction scenario if the appeal is denied or not successful, and then you literally have no escape hatch. So I don't agree with instilling false hope. You know, what is gaslighting? What is lying? Are you trying to convince people that there's a possibility that Rick Allen gets out of jail in the next year or two? Before appeal? What's the percentages? Let's look at the statistics for the likelihood of that.
And the only way that Rick is going to get out is if the truth comes out, and that's not going to happen. Anyone who trusts Judge Gohl and Jody to put all the evidence on their little flash drives, I can't even tell you. We've learned nothing. It's great, and I'm grateful to people who are requesting exhibits because that needs to happen. But wouldn't it be better if the defense attorneys just fucking released their own exhibits and their own work product on their own neutral platform? Like, why are they not doing that? I can't give you an answer except
I know you were asking that a week or two earlier. Like, why didn't the defense attorneys just put them out?
They literally can. What the fuck are they doing? I've been so back and forth with them. I'm here. I'm hopeful that here soon I actually have a project that I should be working on instead of yapping for 3 hours, because it's to the point now where like, people want to help. If they're not going to be able to help with what they're offering to help for, then they're going to help in other ways, right? And public access has been a huge fucking problem. So I think that put through us under the bus after wrapping an anvil around our necks. Yeah, basically.
Hey, Luke.
That's true.
Dear.
And it's so funny. So it's really funny. So before these exhibits started going out, I was like, and I know Angela was too, like, the big thing was, like, if you're going to do something, do it. Do it all the way. Like, when people.
No, I have to stop there too. Listen, Sleuthy, and all of you ladies. No one ever said you were responsible for the decision to post a video. I am trying to help here. Okay. The statement was that you all released the video. You were responsible for releasing the video. You all controlled the website in every aspect. And you are all the moving or guiding force behind all of it. We don't know whose decision it was to release the video, because let's be honest here. Mr. Baldwin and Miss Auger are denying that it was their decision. Let's be real here. We have to be completely 100% honest with each other, because this is a double homicide of 2 little girls, and a man's life is on the line, and his wife and daughter are waiting in the wings. Okay, so the accurate statement is that Mr. Baldwin and Miss Auger are denying that they had anything to do with this video being released. You are all asserting that they did. So who are we to believe? But I'm sorry, it's not over. Let it continue. And I just want to apologize. And I also want to thank Excited Utterance is in here joining us. And as I mentioned, this is from her live stream in which she hosted this conversation, and I will post it in the description below so that all of you can go listen to it in its entirety. It's important so that you get the context. But these little excerpts, I really want you to understand the conversation so that we can talk about the greater context in the community of what has really happened, informed by Kathy Allen, who fortunately, unfortunately, I have some understanding of her perspective in all of this as well. Okay, so let me continue. I apologize. I'm not trying to delay this, but like I said, it's difficult because there's such depth to it that it's difficult without pausing it periodically to elaborate. So let me let you go. Let me let it go.
We were responsible for like, the decision to post the video, and we post the video, and like I've
Okay, I'm sorry. I got to stop it again. Yeah, here's a deal. Listen, we know that Sleuthy and Luke and Angela are all behind the website. There's zero question. Okay, we'll be getting into that. We agree. Okay, I agree. This is a disconnect that I also want to flesh out. Okay, I agree that everything that was a public exhibit in this trial should be released. It could have been easily done by Judge Gull and Jody by making a website and literally posting everything on the website at its original fidelity with no compression, so that everyone in the entire public, because this is a case that indeed it entails bloodlust of the world. Okay, all of us around the world should be able to access these exhibits which belong to us factually. That's not the argument, Sleuthy and Angela. This is not the argument. The argument is about something else, which is the decision to circumvent the law and the right way to do things. And this is what we're getting into. Okay, the court absolutely should have posted everything in its entirety with no compression on a website available for download with public access. Okay, however, they're not going to do that. But that doesn't mean that it's okay for you to try to do it. And now that there's a war about this, it doesn't mean that you were right. Okay, and this is what we have to, like when I'm saying I'm trying to raise the bar for this community, it's no joke. And everyone in this chat who I speak to on a regular basis, they know that I don't lie to them. I don't beat up on people. And my only intention here is for the betterment of all, for the transparency and truth for all, even if you've made mistakes. So let me let it continue. I apologize for rambling.
My piece on it, so I don't need to keep going. But like, if I had access to all the shit, I'd have put all the shit on the website the day that I uploaded. Like, no one would have knew about the website until all the shit was up there. Like, I would have released literally everything. So it's when you make a plan, if you're going to like pussy out of the plan, do it before it starts going into motion. Because let's say you had good intentions. Well, now you look like you had maybe not so good intentions. Like, you are putting out a particular narrative or whatever. And I'm here to tell you that I know that Angela harped on that a lot, was like, you look maybe not how you wanted to look by doing this. You should have done nothing at all, number one. And once the state starts releasing things, you've basically lost your chance to post stuff, because anything you put on there after that is going to look retaliatory, I guess, rather than about transparency. So I want you to see all the things. Well, now it's going to be, they put out the interrogations. Why didn't the defense put out the interrogations? Because they knew that Rick looked guilty. Like, that's what's going to go around. When they should have just put everything out. Yeah, they did. By just putting out that video, made them look worse. It made everything worse.
I'm going to try and decipher Luke's chats for everybody, because
I don't know if we can just say what it is. Like, can we just
I'll
say
it. I'll just say it. So there's a website called Recall and Innocence, and the defense, that video, the 43-second video, came from the defense attorneys, right? And they were going to put out all of the exhibits, but they didn't. They only put out that one video, and that made people really sus, because people were like, where did it actually come from? Did it come from the defense attorneys? Did it come from someone else? Did it come from who, what, where, when? Everyone was like, where did it come from? And they chickened out, right?
And they're the ones that should have taken responsibility for that. And
okay. Here's another thing. Okay. I'm not trying to harp on this, but I'm saying you guys keep in mind that phrase. When somebody approached me hatefully in my DMs, because we're going to be getting to that after this. I want to get through this first, but hatefully in my DMs, keep that in mind. Okay. We'll continue. We will continue. Sorry, I got sidetracked there. I just wanted to say, keep that in the memory bank.
Taken responsibility for that. And
they didn't.
Placed that I made it their responsibility. So when somebody approached me hatefully in my DMs, I was like, listen, I'm more than willing to accept responsibility for the shit that I do. I'm not going to accept responsibility for that. First of all, if you come to me with a question and I can answer it, I'm going to answer it. And so I said, came from the defense. Well, that wasn't a good enough answer. And I'm like, you can go live and you can tell people that it was Luke and it was this and it was that. And people.
And let me say why. Sleuthy. Because I was trying to respect you by not sharing your DMs, but I will tonight. Okay. Because to call them hateful, now you forced me to have to share them. I tried to share Luke's only because I tried to give you the privacy of not sharing them, because as I reflected upon my preparation for that particular live, initially I thought I'll share both, because it's what factually happened is in that I DM'd both in order to gain some kind of clarity to have answers for my viewers. And when Luke refused to cooperate and lied, I decided I would go to you, and then you refused to cooperate, okay, and distanced yourself. Well, when I did the live, I decided, well, I'm not going to, because you're female and it was unnecessary, it was like a lanyap or extra, I figured it was not worth also exposing our private messages. So I decided I would only show Luke's. So it was actually a grace that I was showing you, or a level of respect as a female and a woman and a person, and as being private messages. And I thought for the example that I was trying to display to the viewer, that it was enough to show Luke's. But for you to categorize it as hateful when it was not, unfortunately, now I have to actually show them to just for the sake of clarity. So sorry, I can't let that pass either. And again, this is not an attempt to fight you. It's an attempt to correct the record for transparency's sake, and to raise the bar for a higher level of integrity and truth and honesty in this community.
Lying to them. And I think it's interesting because like Luke's DMs were shared recently on a stream, but mine were not. And so, because I was like, if mine show up, please let me know, because I'll just put them all out. Like, because you're not going to just show pieces of your conversation with me. We're going to show the whole conversation, or we're not going to show it at all. So, prior to going on and saying things that were said in that very first live, I said, if you say anything other than that the decision to post those and where they came from was anybody besides the defense, you're going to be lying.
Yeah.
So if you want to lie to
do it
them,
themselves.
you can do that. But
yeah.
But I'm telling you that that's whose decision it was. And for whatever reason, people didn't believe it. And yeah. So are we just going to tell all the things?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that video I don't care to be the one. So that video got posted, and there were supposed to be additional exhibits that were posted. And the whole idea was about transparency. Now, then the defense went from, I want to post this, and this,
A
to
literal
now
list
we're
of all of
selling
it.
it all.
Right. Like a planned out
Jennifer-
release.
What?
They had like a planned out release with like an itemized,
which they are now denying, by the way. This is the thing that's curious. So the allegation is there's a planned out release of things, a list.
they had like a planned out release with like an itemized list of the
Yeah.
things that were going to be released and when. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. And then what happened was it went out, and then people, I don't know if what prompted it really was just the fact that it was out, or if it was like whack jobs reaching out and saying like, where did this video come from? Like, it was just such an unnecessary, it's like, where the fuck do you think it came from? And like, could the website have said, this is the defense team of Richard Allen, and we are wanting to release these things because we believe in transparency? Yeah, it could have.
Hold on. Here's a problem, Sleuthy, and all of you. I don't think you understand this. Why would anyone believe you? So I don't know why there's this there's this need to feel like you must be believed. Listen, this is Delphi. This is Delphi. No one's going to believe a single thing you say. I mean, shit, I'm like Florida or whatever. I'm the show me state. Hey, Scout knows that. How many times have I said, show me, don't tell me? Tracy knows that. How many times have I said to you, don't say a fucking thing to me that you cannot show me and prove it to me? Because if you cannot prove it to me or show it to me, then I'm not taking your word for it. And I'm sorry. I don't care if you're Sleuthy, if you're Angela, if you're Luke. I don't care who you are. You're not going to say this comes from the defense. Take my word for it, because this is fucking Delphi. And I'm sorry for the language. I'm getting there. I guess I'm starting to get emotionally involved in the conversation. Do you understand what I'm saying, though? That here's the miscalculation you guys made. Expecting anyone to believe you. Why the fuck would I believe you? I'm not going to believe. Not now. And I think I think the community needs that level of transparency and honesty. Okay, saying like, we're saying it's from the defense. No, that's, I'm sorry, not good enough. Not good enough. Okay. Anyway, I want you, Jobs, to understand. I want you to understand that this is not anger. This is literal, like, compassion. You're expecting the public to believe you because you say it is. Trust me, bro. That's the trust. Look, you want to talk about trust me, bro? That's the trust me, bro. We're not there anymore. Listen, we're not there with the family. We're not there with law enforcement. We're not there with any fucking prosecution shills, and we're not there with defense shills. We are not at trust me, bro, with anyone any longer. This is Delphi.
About that, right? So part of with this agreement, just to kind of help understand where they were kind of going with this, was like Kara and Michael were like, we don't represent him. If we did represent him, we could take over the website and finish what was started, right?
Sure.
But they don't have the discovery, they don't have the exhibits, so they can't, right? So they were going to take responsibility for the website and the transparency and post the things that people want, right?
Yep.
Well, then Jennifer Auger, I guess, confronted Andy in particular about the video. And instead of him saying, yes, that was the plan. I was going to do A, B, and C, like a grown man and a professional and someone who's not doing anything wrong. Instead of saying, yes, that was the plan. I already checked with other attorneys to make sure it wasn't violating any kind of protective order or whatever, and that these are public records. Instead of saying that, he threw everybody under the bus like he had no fucking.
Okay, so really, and I got to address this. Anger is misdirected. People trying to do what they can to help Rick aren't enemies. The people who did this to Rick are enemies. Yes, generally speaking. But here's the problem. Here's the problem, and you're new. You haven't figured this out yet. You really need to understand. We all already agree with that. Okay, we all agree with that. This has been a Barry job. Everyone agrees with that. There's no confusion about whether this is a Barry job or not. The problem is you cannot have people fucking up behind the scenes and fucking around and manipulating and puppet mastering with zero accountability. And I think that's where the gaslight begins. You have to understand. We all agree Nick McClelland, Judge Gull, and etc. are the enemies because they're doing a Barry job on the Delphi murders. But people have to raise the bar. People got to straighten up and fly right. And if you don't agree with that, I think you're going to encounter a problem. See, people have fucked around and manipulated and sidetracked this case. Why do you think these defense attorneys didn't have the whole fucking lockdown on this case? They were pulled in every which direction. And they're doing it to Kathy now, and they've done it to everyone. They're doing it to the viewers on the internet now. And no one's trying to argue. This is not about who's the enemy. Listen, the enemy are everyone who's lying and who's not being honest. Everyone. And we're going to be talking about that and showing more. We're only getting started. And I'm not trying to yell at you, Miss Excited Utterance. I'm not trying to do that. But you need to understand. See, this, it seems almost as if you're setting up a straw man. There's no disagreement about the state. The disagreement is about the modus operandi. Anyway, let's continue. I'm almost done.
No fucking clue where this video came from.
Oh, I don't know where that video came from. I have no
to
idea.
the point where OJ was going to put out a
I think you do know where that video came from.
press release.
To the point where OJ was going to put out a press release. Now I understand that statement. Yes. Let's hear that.
About how they didn't put it out. They don't condone it. They don't condone.
They as in the defense? As in Andy Baldwin and Jennifer OJ? Okay, so Jennifer OJ was going to put out a press release in how they didn't put out the video and they don't condone it. Do you see why there's some consternation here? Justified? So in other words, you're admitting that Baldwin and OJ do not admit or condone the release of this video, and that you operate the website. Do you see the disconnect? This is righteous indignation, and don't frame it as anything else. This is not an attack. This is seeking truth, transparency, honesty, integrity.
They don't condone any additional exhibits getting out.
And that they won't be releasing
throwing
anything,
all of us under the bus.
And that moving forward, nothing will be released on their end. It was going to be in there. Right.
And so
what?
Yes. And so somebody who knows was like, motherfucker, you.
Who's the somebody who knows? Why the KG distance? Who's the somebody who knows that said to Baldwin, "Motherfucker, you're not"? We'd like to know that too, but I'm going to let it play. I apologize for stopping it.
Or you better not, because like I will out you, because that would be absolutely borderline, if not borderline, like crossing the line into.
Okay, so out you? You mean you got screenshots? You got receipts? Is this what we're meaning? That we have some evidence that indeed Andy Baldwin did release this? I will out you, motherfucker. You better not. Is this how we're talking to Baldwin? Okay. So maybe it's time for that, because the games, it's time for those to end, because you've got an entire community in an uproar and clarity needs to be had.
Behavior. If you tell her that you had no idea that that was being posted, you are lying.
Right.
And thankfully, no thing came out. But it just.
You mean when you said, thankfully, no thing came out, you mean no press release from Jennifer Auger denying the fact that they released this video onto these individuals who then subsequently released it on their website. And we're going to be getting into that later. But let's see, we work in a policy of honesty here. We operate under an honesty policy. And this could have all been avoided with that policy.
But it just seemed as though people just stopped giving a fuck. Like, the video was not an.
Do you mean giving a fuck means that they illegally release discovery into the world, thereby jeopardizing their freedom and their careers? Is that what giving a fuck means?
But you are. I was calling him a pussy. What did I call him yesterday? It was so funny.
It does feel like the state is infiltrating.
You were calling him a pussy, Baldwin? Listen, guys, we've got a problem here, okay? We've got a problem. It's clear. The problem is not Prof, despite what people would have you believe. So Baldwin pussied out. He's a pussy. He approved a list of exhibits or discovery to be released on a website that you all operate. He's denying it. Jennifer Auger is denying it. I got to tell some truth. We have a problem because I emailed Jennifer and Andy. I'm going to read those emails to you. I mean, I'm planning to put them on the screen, but they're in amongst the shit that's... My stream crashed, as I said. Okay. But, I'm all about transparency here, so I'll literally read you. And I'll discuss with you the response or lack thereof. Okay, to Jennifer. Miss Auger, and just in case you think I'm lying, it's right here. You want to screenshot it? Miss Auger, is there any truth to people saying that the defense, i.e. Mr. Baldwin, released a video from Liberty German's cell phone in order for people to then release it on a web page on the internet? And that he planned to release more items? The people saying that are also claiming that now all that is being denied by your office and that you wrote a press release. However, that they, quote, managed to convince you not to release it, close quotation. Is there any truth to all of that? There are many people asking questions, and I am trying to help them with the answers. That was nearly a week ago. It went unanswered. So several days ago, I forwarded that message to Mr. Baldwin himself, adding to that, Mr. Baldwin, I am forwarding a message that I sent to Miss Auger. There are some individuals who are claiming that you approved the release of a video from Liberty German's cell phone. I am trying to get clarification for my viewers. Thank you. And oddly enough, zero response. So, I think there's a fundamental problem here. And I think the fundamental problem is that somebody's going to go to jail. Am I right in that? Am I right on that? Has someone done something that puts them in legal jeopardy? You see, I see a whole bunch of people freaking out. The only way I would understand that freaking out is that someone's in deep shit. Now, unfortunately, here's the reality of the situation. Let's be real here. If Andy Baldwin approved this release, and if there are receipts, and if it can be proven, and if it's illegal because it was considered discovery that he released, yeah, he's going to jail. If that's all a lie, and it was Matthew Hoffman who stole discovery from Andy Baldwin, and if Matthew Hoffman released this to these girls to put on the website, Matthew Hoffman's going to jail. Do you get the fucking vibe here? Do you get the gravity of this situation? Now, there's always a chance that ain't nobody going to jail because it was actually an exhibit with an exhibit number released from the judge that she approved for release, and it was properly done, and that you didn't choose a guy in London for jurisdictional distancing. But here's the thing. You see, cops got access to all the forensics. So I think the bottom line is that there's some gravity to this situation. I don't know what the truth is. If I knew, I'd tell you. All I know now is that Andy Baldwin and Jennifer Auger are denying it to the extent that they had prepared a press release and that somehow Luke, Angela, Sluty, that group compelled them not to release that press release. On the other hand, we know that, yes, it was indeed released. And yes, Luke is behind that website. And yes, Angela, Matthew Hoffman, and Sluty Goosey were involved. So there's this weighing of, well, what's the truth of the situation? Because, hey, there's no arguing that, yes, we want it all. We feel we should all have this material. There's no arguing that. I'm not arguing that. I actually believe that there should be a website from the judge with all exhibits sequentially posted for download. That's not the issue. So is the insane reaction to the fact that I've called this out and shine a spotlight on this, is it because there are legal ramifications? Well, then we get into my ethics or my moral code, which is that you shouldn't have fucking done it in the first place. If you knew this was let's do some hypotheticals. Okay. I'll help you guys because I'm a teacher. Ladies, let's talk about Andrew Baldwin for a moment. If Andrew Baldwin indeed approved the release of this from Discovery, and you knew that it was putting him at risk legally, you should not have released that video on that website, because you assisted Baldwin in criminalizing himself. Okay, that's one option. Option B, it wasn't Baldwin, it was Hoffman. Okay, well, if it's Hoffman and Hoffman hands it to you and it's not Baldwin, then you're in also double fucked, because now you know that you've just put Hoffman at risk. Pretty selfish move, isn't it? So now the question is this actually a problem? Because by the response I'm seeing out here in the world, it appears that it's a problem. It appears that this particular leak is a problem because you guys are behaving as if it is a problem. That's my interpretation of the actions I've seen. Remember, this goes way back before the contract fiasco. This goes back a month and 2 weeks or so. Now, sorry, I'm getting a text. But let's be real here. I see troll farm tactics at work because let's be honest here. We've already identified a pattern here in that you tend to use Europeans to do the dirty work. I mean, let me ask the chat. Okay, I'm looking at the chat. Hey, chat, have you noticed that there is a particular propensity for the Europeans to do all the fuck shit on the case? Because there's jurisdictional separation from the United States proper? I mean, obviously. I mean, we're not stupid here. Let's be honest here. See, all of you who want to behave and act as if we are stupid, we're not stupid here. Look, a player know the game. Okay? The only reason you would use Europeans is because it ain't the US, which means it's harder to prosecute. Now, but reflexively, looking back at the US proper, Baldwin's in the US, Hoffman's in the US. Anyone else that leaked Discovery is in the US. So is that what's really behind all of this trolling, stalking, gang stalking uproar? But I found it odd that neither did I receive a response from Baldwin or OJ. Neither have I seen a press release. Because see, like I said, we're going to do honesty here at a bare minimum. I don't care if I lose all of you as subs or one of you. I'm not here to retain subscribers. Get it? And as I said, that live stream that I played the clip from you earlier, it was not an attempt to baselessly attack a woman for simply existing on the internet. No, because here's the deal, Angela. Let's be honest here. Someone called me when this video was released and they said, Prof, I just talked to Angela a few days ago. And she was saying, we need to get that video out. We need to release that video. I'm trying to release that video. That was literally days before the video was released. So, my little brain said, hey, well, if Angela's emphatically considering and declaring that this video needs to be out there in the world and needs to be released, which I agreed with, I just didn't agree with the tactics or the manner. So what are the odds that a video is released? I identified who was running the website, which was Luke. I identified that Sleuthy had access to it. I identified, because I had someone call me who said, Angela was talking about this days before. So when I named you, it was not willy-nilly, I'm pulling names out of thin air. There were reasons. Additional reasons, if we must be honest here, I was very familiar with Luke's website prior. Luke's website prior had a particular look to it. The artistic eye can pick up a look. Verbiage, fonts, colors, modality in that antiquated website type of design. So my eye said it's Luke's. All right. Then I remembered, hey, I kind of remember this website thing floating out in the air. So I went into deep Google searches that most of you don't know how to perform. But there's ways to learn it. So I went and I did a deep Google search. And sure enough, first mention of the website is Luke. Second mention of the website, I believe, was Angela. And then Weineke. And then I thought, hey, I kind of remember Murder Sheet talking about this website. And as I told Adrian, I listened to 5 Murder Sheet episodes. Do you guys understand how difficult that was? I mean, give me the credit here for the work that I do in this channel. I went back and listened to 5 entire Murder Sheet episodes so that I could catch that one sentence in which they say, Carol Weineke and Luke Nicholas own the website. Rick Allen Justice. It's not me beating you up. It's not me being mean. It's let's be honest here. According to Murder Sheet's reporting, Carol Weineke and Luke Nicholas own the website or the domain, rickallenjustice.com. Okay. Then I remembered Tobor making a community post in which he exhibited some quotes from a court TV segment in which Carol Weineke said, my friend, referring to Angela Sedlowski. So let's start putting this together. Carol Weineke, my friend, Angela Sedlowski, Luke Nicholas. Does everyone begin to understand how I started to piece this together? It wasn't willy-nilly. It wasn't accusing. It was factual. It was sources calling in. It was searches that prove in time, where does that website first appear? So I already knew. Here's the thing. There was no question about it. That's why, what was it? March 18th, I was able, no, that's why March maybe 13th or 14th, I was able to go live and I said, listen, put your big girl panties on and step forward and claim it. That was directly to Angela. Why? Because my source had just called me that night and said, Prof, she was talking about releasing it. Okay. There's no problem here. No one's beating you up. But you don't get to go out there and say, blaming us. You don't get to do that. It ain't blaming if it's true. So I'm thinking here, this whole time this is coming together, I'm thinking, okay, well, it's Luke, it's Angela, and Sleuthie was all over Twitter talking about how she was going to ensure that it was updated because people were complaining they didn't know if it was enhanced or original. So I also put into my head, oh, well, let's be honest here. Sleuthie is an intimate partner with these individuals. So I thought, oh, if she's claiming that she can handle it being updated, she's probably somehow tied into it too. So when I went live, so when I went live that weekend prior, I said, listen, put your big girl panties on, step forward, claim it. You got 3 days. Okay? Some of you may remember that. Because people got mad about it that I said panties. The reason I said panties because you're a female. Be a big girl. Claim responsibility. I didn't feel there was a need to call out Luke because I thought Luke simply hosted the website. I thought the real problem was whoever obtained this had to explain it because people were confused about it. So trying to gain clarity for the community is suddenly attacking. No, it wasn't attacking. The thing was, let's talk about what is this video because it confused people. It confused people. I said, what is this video? Let's talk about what is this video. We don't even know. Like, you see, in your ambition or your what's the word? In your geez, I'm dumbstruck so much. It's like in your excitement to release this, you didn't stop to think. Let's be right here, or let's be real here. And look, like I'm continuously saying, this is not an attack. This is what's called real talk. Okay. There's a phrase that the best, oldest people in my life used to say periodically back in my hometown. Think that you might be wrong. Let me ask the chat. Have you heard it? I guess I'm waiting on the chat. I'm going to look at the chat until it pops up. Looking for a response. All I see is panties talk. I don't see think that you might be wrong talk. You all get easily distracted. Think that you might be wrong. Which means consider before you go running your mouth and acting crazy. that you might be wrong in what you're thinking and what you're doing, and in general. Think that you might be wrong. And it occurs to me that you guys don't think about that. You don't think that you might be wrong. I mean, that's kind of the first rule of critical thinking. Form your thoughts, formulate your thoughts, and then consider that your formulation or your thoughts might be wrong. Think that you might be wrong. And if you're able to get through that, it's another filter before you act or talk. But unfortunately, I don't think any of you thought about that. Now, thank you very much. Who is that? Who came in here? Ninja, warrior, assassin. Thank you very much, sweetheart. I'm sorry this is a long show, and I lost my entire presentation, so I have to literally upload it a slide at a time. All right. Anyhow, I guess before I move on from that for the moment, it's just astonishing to me the way that you would what's the term? Underestimate. Because let's be real here. The moment you heard me say your names, you knew I was right. So why couldn't we just be all honest with each other the way that it would be nice to be with each other? Because like I said, why would I ever be dishonest with you if I had nothing to hide, if I did nothing wrong? All right. But let me get into, let me figure out what's next because okay, I see. So here's what's next. Now we have to turn a page because it gets deeper. Unfortunately, we have to turn a page. Because now we enter the contract. Let me see if I want to, I guess I can do this. Let's do a screen share. Just so that all of you are refreshed about what we're talking about. Oops, that's not it. What in the world? Okay. Okay, so let's reorient here. Because this brings us, we're going to skip ahead to something that happened, according to this, it looks like 10 days ago. Because, needless to say, people were upset. I understand people were upset. No one wanted you to be upset. Listen, I agree with Miss Excited Utterance. The main problem are the people who are performing a bury job on the Delphi murders. That's the problem. There's no argument about that. But, okay, let me see if I can pull this up. So you see what I did here is it's 10 days ago, there was this thing, which is that I made a post which caused a whole other wave of insanity. And honestly, it happened before this, but we'll describe it. Okay. So in this post, I've already done this, and you know, some people on the internet complaining about the old good old prof, they haven't even gone and watched the live stream, which I was personally thanked for by the individual we're discussing here. Okay. But this live stream here, this post here 10 days ago, I describe some points to accompany this posting of this contract so that everyone would understand why I posted it, what the highlightings meant, what the red squares meant, what the green squares meant, or brackets, whatever you want to call them. And I added some input. So let me quickly read this, I guess. I'll quickly read it. It's not the point of the show, but we'll get through this. I received a copy of this item more than a week ago. And I was not intending on sharing it, but I think it's necessary in order to pour some water on the current fire in this community, because I opened with saying this contract has been behind so much consternation this past week. And to exhibit to some of you what myself and others feel were potential overreaches in this agreement. So let me just clarify what myself and others feel. Well, you know what myself means, the prof. What do others mean? Oh, it only means all of Kathy Allen's friends and attorneys. In the red brackets, you will see areas on which I like the reader to focus with the most concerning verbiage according to the parties who reviewed this document, highlighted in yellow, which means whatever's in yellow were bullet points that were concerning. Okay, and I say in green or paragraphs that were generous or positive, according to the reviewers. In the end, however, privacy, and no one listened to this, privacy and other concerns outweighed the positive aspects of this offer regarding Miss Allen. There were also questions about the legal strategy. Pay attention to paragraph 12, where an independent review by attorneys or counsel is recommended by the authors, Weinicke and Osbrook, and the others who they consulted with in formulating this contract. And I said, is my understanding that, quote, this independent review was held by multiple attorneys. I heard it was 4, and I got the names of the 4. And that ultimately, Mrs. Allen and Mrs. Allen alone decided against moving forward with this particular retainer agreement. And I say that many have been emotionally inflamed by social media posts, primarily by the mean girls who I'll be discussing. And I said primarily those who were affected were those who had zero information, which means they did not have information from any of the involved parties. And I said, furthermore, there's been a pivot by some from a discussion of post-conviction counsel to an entirely different discussion of civil action, which means suing the prison and the state, which we all fucking agree with. There's absolutely no question that all of us want the state sued and all the parties. So I don't understand. Let me pull it down a while because I get mad. I do get mad. I don't understand why this false narrative has been argued that no one cares about suing the state and missing the deadline. Yeah, we care. Listen, I want Kathy Allen to get $100 million, $50 million, however many fucking $1 million she can pull out of Westville's ass and every particular individual in their official capacity. So there's no argument about no one wanting Kathy Allen. Listen, if I could force Kathy Allen to sue them right now for all that they have, and if I could force her to wipe the town of Delphi clean, $100 million immediately, I'd have it that way. Because let's be clear, Rick Allen, he was tortured and abused by the state in this. Okay, so there's no one who doesn't want Kathy Allen to sue the balls off the state of Indiana and Westville and the DOC and all the individuals and Monica Wale included. So let's put that one to rest. Anyway, what I was discussing here is the pivot, okay? Because what I was trying to discuss were the concerns, okay? But obviously, like everyone likes to gaslight, they don't want to argue facts and realities. So I said there's a pivot, and that people in the community were conflating the post-conviction investigation or console with potential civil action against these parties. And that was a whole other thing that caused everyone to be upset, and it caused the people who were manufacturing urgency to be able to run with inflaming the tensions in the community. And I hope all of you hear me who I'm speaking to, because those of you who are guilty of doing that, you need to understand that you were guilty of doing that. Whether it was intentional or not, that's the effect it had. Remember the screenshot, the screen that I showed you? Let's be real here, okay? Let's be real here. I showed you this to open the fucking show. I'll go back to it since you want to act ignorant, like you don't understand the simple words that I say. Kathy was sobbing because she was terrified you were going to release more items on that website to force her into signing that contract. Kathy knew that those of you who own the contract, who owned the website and were behind the website, she knew that you were the exact same group behind the contract. Let's not be lying to each other here. We're not kidding each other. You're all the same group. Let's be honest. It's all the same group. Kara Weineke, Michael Osbrook, Sluti Goosey, Angela Sedlowski, Matthew Hoffman, and et al. Anyhow, I explained this all to you in a live. I'm not going to do it again. But part of the concerns were that it was Osbrook and Weineke because they have social media presences. And it is my understanding Miss Allen was not comfortable, and neither were the other attorneys who advised her on attorneys with social media presences. That's simple, okay? It's simple. They were also not subject to the authority or discretion or direction of the appellate counsel. That was somewhat of a concern because there was a concern of pausing or dismissing the appeal. And there were all these other concerns which I highlighted, including the warehousing of all the discovery, which no one was comfortable with. Okay? All the discovery to YouTubers. Like, I'm trying to understand how to explain it to you all without inflaming tensions. This is not intended to inflame tensions. Listen, the bottom line was everyone concerned or involved in this, and by that I mean Miss Allen and her friends and the attorneys, were not comfortable with YouTubers having access to all the discovery in totality, whether or not you had an NDA or not. Okay. NDAs, we're going to all of the YouTubers, by the way, in case you haven't figured out what I've been implying. It's absolutely clear and known to us. And it is also alleged by some parties in the know that some of the YouTubers had already signed or preemptively signed the NDAs because they were almost certain that this contract would be signed. And these YouTubers, I said, are the same ones who are involved in the releasing of this information on this website. This is how it all ties together. There were also questions about David Hennessy's publicly raised funds. There were also questions about further future fundraising solicited in Richard Allen's name. Okay? So let me withdraw this. So do you understand the basics of where we are now, that there was this issue, that there were concerns that I to the best of my understanding, what I understand is that it was assumed that these handful of people were behind the website. It was also so assumed that this identical exact group of people were behind the contract. It is also my understanding that Mrs. Allen and other professionals were not comfortable with the public propensity of all of these individuals, meaning Miss Weineke, Mr. Osbrook, extremely public on social media, and all the YouTubers who were going to be part of the post-conviction investigation. Is it clear enough for all of you now? Now, where do we go now? Next step, pressure campaign. Yes, there was a pressure campaign. What was a pressure campaign? Well, let me give it to you because I'm generous. The pressure campaign was this handful of YouTubers. In all of the YouTubes and Twitters, manufacturing this urgency in the direction of, it's very important that this be signed. It's very important that this be signed. We just feel that she needs to sign it. We just feel that she needs to sign it. Rick Allen's going to suffer if she doesn't sign it. And da, 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 da. And the deadline will be missed as well. Sort of a conflating of the two issues is the way that I interpret it. Because the various things that I was seeing all over YouTube, in the comments, in some live streams, and on the Twitters, there was this conflating. Some people were talking about a post-conviction investigation. Some people were talking about a contract with the post-conviction counsel. Some people were talking about a tort claim, statute of limitation. They were suing Westfield. There were all of these things being conflated, but there was a general sense of urgency. It was a pressure campaign because the point was for it to get back to Kathy Allen. And you know how I know that? Because I knew it. And guess what? This is all you need to see, that she felt it. Listen, if you doubt that Miss Allen felt that pressure, look at this. I told you the date of this. Okay, let me give you the date. Since you want to act like everyone on here is fucking crazy or mean. We're not crazy. We're not mean. Let me tell you the date again, because I already showed it to you. And I told it to you at the beginning of the show, but I don't want you to have to go back. So let's go back and I'll tell you the date of this text message from a trusted friend. It was April 12th and 13th, okay? So for all of you who are acting crazy, April 12th and April 13th were 2 days that were the apex of Mrs. Allen feeling the pressure from your campaign. I'm going to have to get rid of one of you. I see we got a troll in here. All right, done. So April, you listen, all of you who were part of this, go ask yourselves, what were you doing prior to April 12th and 13th that would have caused Miss Allen to feel this way? Keeping in mind that she knew that you were also behind the website that she's referring to. Okay? Enough said. Well, I noticed another thing. So we have to get into that now. And this is where I've lost all of my screens. So unfortunately, I have to re-upload. So apologize for that. This is wasting time. Okay, we'll get these up.
Doesn't really matter what the reasoning is. I think that from the beginning, Kathy Allen should have had a victim advocate. And I don't mean a fake one. I mean a real one with a degree and training, who's trauma informed, who's not with the prosecutor's office or with an attorney's office. Like, she needed a social worker or a therapist, somebody to help her. And I don't just mean like to help her mentally. I mean, to literally keep her from all of the vultures that inevitably swarm around high profile cases. That's what she needed. And she didn't get that. And it's not because nobody told them that she needed that, by the way. She just didn't get it. and that's fine. But after 2 years of her husband being incarcerated and tortured and all of the things that she's gone through, I'm sorry, but at this point, I don't believe that it's appropriate for a wife to be making all of the decisions for her husband, who's probably not, in my opinion. I don't understand, and I don't see how somebody in Rick's situation could possibly be 100% competent right now. And people get really pissed when you bring up mental illness. But the reality is, if we're trying to prove and explain to the world that you can't take the psychotic utterances of a psychotic man as truth, but we also want everyone to believe that Rick's doing great and he's fine, he's capable of whatever the fuck, like that. At the end of the day, Rick needs to get out in order to heal and to be well. And I don't know what happened with Kathy Allen, who she's talking to, how the contract got out. It doesn't fucking matter to me. That's too messy for this. And somebody needs to basically mediate. And I don't know what that looks like. I think there's a lot of people with a lot of different motivations. Some of them are probably pure. Most of them probably feel like they're helping. Most of them are not helping. And
Yes.
it's too much pressure. Kathy's not a lawyer. Like, Kathy shouldn't be in the position to have to make these decisions. And I don't think that she's making decisions in Rick's best interest anymore, if she's the one that made that decision. So get Kathy support and get her out of the mess. Like, extract Kathy from the mess, please, and let actual lawyers help get Rick out, because he needs to get out. He's not going to survive in there. He's just not.
No.
But let's be honest here. He's not getting out until there's an appeal. And he has appellate attorneys.
So I do not think that it's fair to Kathy, honestly, to put her in a position or to hold her in a position where she has to make the best decision for her husband. Like, it's just not fair. And I'm not saying that she's not wanting to make the best decisions. I'm saying that I don't think that she's capable of making every decision for her husband, because nobody would be in that position, and it's not fair, and she shouldn't be in that position. And that is why, to block people like Kara or Michael, who are trying to visit Rick, by the way, who are getting blocked from even visiting Rick.
You know why they were blocked? Because I believe they tried to circumvent all the other attorneys. And Mrs. Allen and the attorneys were not happy with that.
Yes. Basically, I think it's unfair for anyone to hold Kathy Allen.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's the wrong one.
So I do not think that it's fair to Kathy, honestly, to put her in a position or to hold her in a position where she has to make the best decision for her husband. Like, it's just not fair. And I'm not saying that she's not wanting to make the best decisions. I'm saying that I don't think that she's capable of making every decision for her husband.
Yes.
Basically, I think it's unfair for anyone to hold Kathy Allen, to put the responsibility on Kathy to be making informed, competent decisions for her husband right now, because Kathy has been traumatized and victimized by the state too. Kathy's not a lawyer. She's got her own, trauma from this, and somebody needs to be basically protecting Kathy from vultures who don't have her best interest in mind, so that she can take care of herself and heal. And somebody who knows about mental illness and knows what they're doing, and also probably an unbiased legal professional, needs to get in there and help Rick. And that's how I feel at the end. And we love Kathy Allen. Hashtag Team Kathy Allen. But it's not fair to ask her and expect her to be making legal decisions for her convicted husband.
Well, wait up. Who should be making the legal decisions then? Okay. Let's see what else we got here. There's another one.
I agree with everything that Angela said. I think part of also the issue is that even if she were to take on that responsibility, she's not just being advised by professionals. She's mostly being advised by like non-professionals. And we did talk about it earlier. I agree that you should go rewind and listen, because I think there's a lot of variables to how they're relaying information to her in order to help her make decisions. And I personally think she'll come to regret some decisions, and that's just like further harming her. I agree with everything that.
All right, so I want to bring up my next. Let me see if I can pull these. Is that it? I don't know. Let me see. Is that it? Oh, gee, Willikers. It's backwards. Okay. Well, like I said, this is all screwed up because of the problems, but okay. Okay. Listen, we're not here to beat anyone up. Okay. We're just here to discuss as adults without screaming and yelling. Okay. We're here to discuss, but here's the thing I'd like to say, okay, on all of that before we go on. Kathy Allen is fully capable of making all the decisions that she needs to make for herself and Rick because she is extremely competent and emotionally stable at this point in time. Yes, she had a rough little time at the trial and after because that was traumatizing for her to see those pictures of Abby and Libby. Okay? Let me explain to you all my understanding of Rick because as far as Richard Allen, I don't talk to him and I don't want to talk to him. I actually prefer to be the type to not insert myself into people's lives and and in these cases, I don't insert myself. I don't go seeking relationships with the attorneys and the victims. Do you understand that? I think it's completely inappropriate. I think true crimers need a wake-up call. Okay, we have a epidemic in true crime. True crime needs a sanitizing. It needs the bug spray. Okay, we don't need to be inserting ourselves in the lives of the attorneys or the victims or the accused. Now, the fact that some people have reached out to me, I cannot help. Listen, people reach out to me all the time. My inbox, I always tell people who email me, I'm sorry if I don't keep up with you because you don't understand. You don't understand the number of emails I get every day, 15 to 25 emails from Delphiers. You try keeping up with that. So I can't help if people come and reach out to me, okay? And it just so happened regarding this relationship with Kathy Allen and those ladies and the contract and the website and all of this stuff. It just so happened that, listen, don't be stupid here. These people watch YouTube. These people look at Twitter. Just like you are on Twitter and YouTube, the victims' families, the accused families, etc. Everybody's on YouTube. Everybody's on Twitter. So people got to know who I am. And for whatever reason, maybe they know that I tell the truth, I was reached out to. Here's what I can tell you. My understanding of Rick's status, he's better than he's been in a long time. And I'm actually going to, you see, here's the thing with Mrs. Allen and company. I'm not going to say anything about her or violate her privacy. But I'll say this about Rick, because I think that the amount of manufactured urgency and fanaticism and the way you're trying to create alarm around his condition, let's be real here. He's doing okay comparatively. I speak to several people who regularly talk to Rick. Let me ask you this. Let's say if you heard that Rick was saying, you know, I hope that my case will help to serve as an example and be used for prison reform in Indiana. And I hope that I'm able to get a pastor who can come in and baptize me. Does that sound like the ramblings of a delusional, hallucinating religious fanatic? I'm asking you, ladies here, and gentlemen, Mr. Dom S. is in here. If Rick Allen is literally contemplating, if his level of consciousness is, I hope that I can serve to forward prison reform, do you think he's actually fucking out of his mind thinking thoughts like that? See, that's all I needed to hear to understand Rick ain't what he was 2 years ago. So let's not treat him like he is. Let's not attempt to declare him mentally incompetent for our own purposes. And let's not pretend that Kathy is also incapable. What's let's see. She's not capable. It's not appropriate for a wife to be making decisions. She's not making the best decisions in his best interest. You know, those type of statements, I think people are a little too in over their heads on this. Okay, so you wonder why I have to be mean and I have to fight? And like I said, there are these semantic games that are being played. Okay, and this is where I brought this. Let's bring back the slideshow. Okay, so the level of butt hurt after I started speaking out on this was incredible. I mean, listen, let me go back to this. Sorry. See if I can allow this. Let's see. Boom. 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 Where is it? I showed you this, and I said, this is what happens when you upset the status quo. Okay? Mean Girls turned into Troll Farm, right? And let me show you what I mean by that, because I want you guys to see this with your own eyes. And I probably have this. Actually, I'm thinking now, I don't even have to do this. I don't even have to do this. Look, I think it's in this slideshow, actually. Beware of conspiracy theorists. Don't be led by Prof. A creator, Prof, is referencing a Lafayette PD contract with Gray Media. A simple Google search shows what this contract is, as if I didn't post the actual contract. Okay. But then Mr. Luke decided he was going to threaten me for telling the truth. Notice the date, March 19th. Damages for pro se defamation are capped at $50,000. Next time you want to talk about me, make sure it's factual. Consider this a cease and desist, or I'll sue you. Which is oddly enough that someone else's favorite word is sue, but we'll talk about that later. Hold on, I got to see. What are you posting in the chat? Okay, good, good, good. That's good. Listen, now here, okay, why am I posting this? Because I want you all to understand what happens when you upset the status quo and you speak out just to hold people to a higher standard and to say, to be honest. So we see what they do. They troll. So they'll get a picture of you looking goofy. Okay. And notice, here's the weird thing. Notice. 1, 2. 3. You notice a pattern? 4. 5. Almost as if a meeting has been held. Hey, everybody, get an unattractive screenshot of the prof. Look, you notice? You see? See what I mean? See? All within hours of each other. All within 2 hours of each other. Notice what's shared is a quote I said where, how do you know he's innocent? Okay, how do you know he's innocent? Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. That's called rhetorical statement. Rhetorical question. A rhetorical question. How do you know he's innocent? Because someone says, Rick Allen's innocent. I say, how do you know he's innocent? Because here's what I say. I don't know that he's innocent. Factually, none of you do. None of us do. You know who knows? Rick and the murderers and the girls. They all know who's innocent and who's not. What do we know? We know he was railroaded by the state of Indiana. That's factual, right? That is factual, actually. Okay, but it gets richer. Let's continue. Because that's the backlash. That's out of order. I meant to do this one first. Okay, we're talking about the defense attorneys here. Okay, this is about the defense attorneys. They actually made it 100 times worse. They gave gas to quote unquote bad actors. That's the Prof and Erica and everyone else who questioned us shit. To talk shit and start the hype cycle. Right, because demanding truth is called the hype cycle. Jennifer Auger drafted a press release condemning us for the release. It was only a miracle to get her not to release it. Listen to that again for all of you in the back. Again, I'm using nice words. Jennifer Auger drafted a press release condemning us. It's the group of individuals I've been talking about for 3 hours now, for the release of the video. It was only a miracle that means they, got her not to release it. So yeah. So Auger went to the extent of drafting a press release condemning you all for releasing the video, but it's a miracle that you all got her not to release it. Do you see why there are questions? And you're blaming us, like you're pulling this shit. Okay, let's be real. You're pulling this shit, right? You're pulling this shit. So Baldwin and Auger not only deny the release, they're condemning you for the release, but you managed to perform a miracle and get them not to release it. And then there's another one. So the defense asks us to release it. Then Jennifer Auger tries to effing hang us from our nuts. They were going to release it, but threw us under the bus after wrapping an anvil around our necks. And then recently, Luke appeared just days ago on Excited Utterance. Again, let's read a little because he's asked. Let's just clear this up right now. Who owns the domain for rickallenjustice.com? I mean, it's a good question. I don't, I'm not sure if I have I have control over it. But in terms of ownership, I don't know. I don't know because what happened when we first decided to register that domain. So I floated the idea to somebody, to a lawyer, and got the okay for it. Oh, you mean Kara Weinecke? Kara Weinecke. Is that what we mean? I mean, people are trying to figure out the truth of all of this. You see? Here's the truth. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. Spaceship Inc. owns the domain. Spaceship Inc. That's a privatization, okay, aspect. So, yeah, they own it. Okay, I would assume Murder Sheet correctly reported. I would assume based on Murder Sheet's reporting, because they do tend to follow up. I would assume that when Murder Sheet said Carol Weinecke and Luke Nicholas on the website, I would assume that they had done work to fact check that. Okay. Let me see. So you can see what this is. I'm not going to read it all to you. Like I said, this is from Excited Utterance, and you see the timestamps. You can go watch this as well. I'll put this one in as well, just to be nice to you. It had to be done very secretly, but I was writing that content. There were like 100 or 10,000 people watching. So basically, we captured a lot of email addresses. As I said in my previous life, who's we? Who's we? We captured a lot of email addresses, and that's the way that you do these things. It's captured a lot of email addresses. And okay, that's what's happened since you tell me there's a video, there's a video's been put up, and there's been a lot of maybe that's her. She says there's a video been put up. There's a lot of consternation over where the video came from and fingers pointed. No, there weren't fingers pointed. There was truth told. Fingers pointed, and nothing else came out. Because they never told the truth, Miss Excited Utterance. They wouldn't tell the truth. There was no other exhibit. We had a discussion here on this channel last week, and Eng was here, and Sleuty, and you were here in the chat, and there was a discussion about how you guys were all in an agreement with the defense attorneys about putting up the exhibits onto that website. Am I correct? Yeah, you would be okay. So would you like? So would you like explain from your point of view, or just rehash that for anyone who hadn't heard that, and add to that? Uh, yeah, I'll try to be delicate about it, but sure, whatever. That was the idea. So we had the website. The website was already there. Uh, it wasn't my website, and it isn't my website. I know what some people think. It's just a website. No. Let's be honest here. Let's be honest here, because I own websites. Here's the thing. Somebody has to pay for the website. Here's where the rubber meets the road. Let's be honest here. Somebody has to pay, yeah, for the domain. Here's a question. Who paid for the domain? Did you? Did Andy Baldwin? Did Kara Weineke? Did Angela? Because we are honest here. Someone owns the domain. You know who owns it? Whoever paid for it. Spaceship Inc. Yeah, sure, that's the provider. Who paid for the domain? For the domain. Someone paid. That means that someone owns. It's simple. It's, you see when I'm getting back to this? Semantic games. No, we're not playing semantic games. Okay? So we don't do the games, we do the facts. Who owns the domain? The person who paid for it. Okay? Again, I'll skip a bunch of this, but you're free to go watch it on Excited Utterance. I'll put the link below. We'll start here in the highlighted portion. It says, a small group of people in our community, which is definitely not a community, took it upon themselves to cause some trouble around it very quickly within the first 48 hours. I'll take credit for that. And I think that caused the lawyers to panic. They were like, oh no, there's controversy, and it only takes a few people to do it. Yeah. It only takes a few people to write a newspaper or write to a lawyer or to say, you're sure you should be doing this, for them to step back. Yeah, funny, because I did raise hell about it. You know why? Because you did it the wrong way. You did it the wrong way. You did it the absolute wrong way. And there's more to the story, which we're going to get to momentarily. People were only asking stupid questions. The text was already there saying that it was released by the defense attorneys. I think there's some kind of cognitive difficulty. I think there's some kind of cognitive difficulty or cognitive issue there, and where people just don't want to accept what they see. I agree, and I've reflected on that. I've reflected on that in those first few days, and because we felt we were doing a good deed. This was for transparency. This is for justice. It's not, we weren't making money. We weren't getting a kick out of it. Certainly not it was not an easy thing to do. But we were doing it for a good cause, to get people who previously we felt were kind of justice warriors, to hear from those people kinds of things they were saying was really surprising. And I had to ask, why would they do that? Okay, so I pull that down. So you see what I mean about the fuckery here? It's sheer fuckery. And this is the thing. Now I'm going to bring you guys back, Because when I tell you that everything I do is transparent and I show you, you're going to understand that right now. Okay. I'm making you understand because I don't just run my mouth. Okay. So here's what I'm going to make you understand now. We're going to be talking about, let's see, March 17th. Okay, remember I said on March 12th and 13th, they started gang stalking. What do I mean by that? Well, I mean this, okay? It's troll farm tactics. When they were doing this pressure campaign, what they do is they go together onto social media. So they'll go onto Twitter and they'll all gang up on certain things they're pushing, right? They'll come onto YouTube, they do it. So the way you might see it on YouTube when they're not in the lives, they go into the live chats. So you might be in a live chat. Here come 5 of them, these 5 people that we're discussing, or 4 of them. They'll come in all simultaneously into a live chat. And that's how you know. You know, they come on in. So we observed it. We tracked it on the 12th. They came in to several live streams and did it. Where they come in. And then on the 13th, they came in. And then on the 15th, they came in. And then on the 18th and 17th, they came in. And on the 19th, and I stopped tracking them. So what I'm getting at is that we're going back now to the 17th. Because remember, this is all within a week of the shitstorm. So I showed this before, okay, where basically, factually, what I did is, as I mentioned, I had already determined the source of this stuff. So I went right to the source. And let me also clarify for those who might be asking, why didn't you go to Angela? Okay. I didn't go to Angela because I don't talk to her. Okay. There are reasons I don't talk to her. So I was not going to go to Angela. So I thought the most direct, honest, easy, quickest, sure way to the truth is go directly to the source. So I went directly to Luke on the 16th of March, as you see here. I said the 17th. It's the 16th that I went to March. It was a Sunday. Remember, because on Friday, I said, put your big girl panties on. You got 3 days, because on Monday, I'm going to tell the people. So on Friday, I said, you got 3 days. That gives you till Monday, or I'm telling the people. On Sunday, I still hadn't heard any truth come out. So on Sunday, March 16th, I said, Luke, let me start by saying I'm not trying to start a war between sides here, but I'm sure you've heard my recent statements about this video drop. I'm not going to do a bunch of back and forth here. I'm just going to say what I have to say and leave it up to you. I've made it very clear a number of times that you all need to step forward immediately. I need you or someone else, the person who is actual the go-between, maybe, to step forward and say what actually happened and take responsibility for the video. By releasing this anonymously, you all have caused a lot of unneeded distractions and criticisms. And you need to clear it up. Otherwise, I will say what happened. People should be arguing about the content of the video, breaking it down in detail, and not debating the authenticity or provenance of it. This case already suffers from a lack of transparency, and you all have added to it, unfortunately. Please have everyone do the right thing. And you know, by everyone, I meant the attorneys and Angela and Sleuthi and Hoffman. So let's get into this. You know how hostile this environment is. The only way they've been able to attack this video is by turning us against each other. No one turned me against you. You turned me against you. It's not a they. You are the they. This video is out. True. Over 700,000 people have seen it. How do you know? The state can't take it down. How do you know? Because you're in London? This is a huge win for Rick. I don't know about that. But instead of focusing on what's in it, people are getting baited into infighting. No, there was no baiting into infighting. There's a demand for truth and transparency. There's a raising of the bar. I get why you want more transparency. And in a perfect world, I agree. What does that mean? Let's make it a perfect world. If someone had dropped this on 4chan anonymously, it wouldn't have sparked this level of scrutiny. Yes, because it would have been nearly impossible to backtrack. So why are we doing this to ourselves? Who's ourselves? Why are you doing this to yourselves? You should have had permission from Andy Baldwin, and he should have vouched for it. You also should have immediately posted that it was from the Celebrite dump of the phone from Discovery, which you also failed to do, by the way. The focus should stay on the video and what it proves. What does it prove? See, the thing is, no one could focus on the video because everyone had questions. Not on who uploaded it. No, the world is going to want to know where is this coming from, because the world has been traumatized and abused by all of the bullshit around Delphi for 8 years. Hopefully Rick's legal team transitions into a more strategic. See, this is where you're blaming it now on Rick's legal team on March 16th. Rick's legal team. Transitions to more strategic communications footing in the very near future. Yeah, I'd like to see that. I, for one, hope so, because I think the original defense team have been very poor at this. You'll do what you think is best. Absolutely, I will. But I just urge a second thought on the complexities here. Which complexities? That someone's going to jail? So I didn't like that response, so I responded with, you're trying to spin the argument I am making. But like I said, I'm not going to go back and forth with you. I said what I have to say, and I urge you all to take claim of it before tomorrow. Remember, this is Sunday, and on Monday, I'm doing a live stream. Cool. By the way, rickallenjustice.com does not have the same IP address as the two sites I used to maintain. No, because you used a VPN, obviously. That's factually incorrect. Well, I've heard you've been putting this rumor around. Well, you heard wrong, because Prof never said that, not even once. So whoever was saying that, I guess they were assuming that. Those sites aren't even up at the moment. You mean delphicase.com? Delphicase.com? Where is it up? I don't know. Should I go look? Hey, let's take a detour. Let's look. Delphicase.com. Wasn't that it? I could be wrong. I thought it was delphicase.com. Not up because it's just spinning and spinning. I don't know. All right. Please be sure your review is fact-based. Oh, it was, and it still is. Be careful listening to axe grinders in the comment sections. Who are you referring to? I don't listen to axe grinders. First of all, I did not put that rumor out. Your source is full of shite. Secondly, of course you would use a different IP address. Thirdly, I've asked that you all step forward, fact, out of compassion and sympathy, trying not to start a war. But if you're going to continue to gaslight, I'm going to say what I have to say. I think we all know the truth, of course. All right. And so like I've said, okay, so like I've said, I didn't get the honesty, the transparency, and the truth that I was seeking, which is, yes. And I also didn't get anyone else associated with this group to step forward and actually claim responsibility. And actually, they still haven't to this day, by the way. They're putting it off on Andy Baldwin and trying to say we don't own the website. It's okay. So like I said, I didn't want to share Sleuthie's messages because she is a woman, and I tried to address it directly and knock it out with Luke. But remember that I said that this was claimed to be hateful. So let's talk. Okay, let's talk, because it's the next morning. As you see, it's 11 a.m. my time on the Monday morning. It's the next morning, and I'm very upset. And so I go to Sleuthie, but let's see if am I sending hateful DMs? Okay. Here's the deal. I tried to go to Luke to reason with him, and he's being unreasonable. I'm asking you to step forward with the others and claim responsibility for the video. I'm not going to do a whole bunch of pleading. Just understand that it's necessary. This is causing all kind of distraction around the issue, and instead of discussing the contents of the video, people are upset about the provenance. I didn't have to go to anyone and give the option of coming clean. Please, you have always been reasonable. Just take care of the problem so I don't have to. It's no big deal. Just handle it. Is that hateful? Okay. I have no problem taking responsibility for things I actually do, but I won't take responsibility for decisions that weren't mine. No one asked if it's your decision. I'm asking you all to come clean about what it is, who it's from. I didn't know the video was going up anywhere until it went up. If I did know about a project like this, and if I did have access to all the exhibits entered into evidence at trial hearings or attached to pleadings, I would have recommended spending an entire day uploading everything at once. Yeah, but you didn't have everything. You just had the video. Like, again, we're talking sideways. You see how the circuitous... So that's what I'm saying about the... I'm asking direct questions, and the responses I get are about something else. Again, we're going back to this word. Okay? I posted this on Reddit yesterday where someone was asking who runs the website. That's really all my thoughts on the matter. Again, if I did have a say in this, I'd happily claim responsibility. Well, just so you know, I will be naming everyone I know to be involved. I've waited 3 days after saying I would be doing so, and no one stepped forward. Promises made, promises kept. Well, you could do that, but if it's mine, you'd be lying. Yeah, but let's be honest here. Remember when someone was saying, we don't even know what this is, if it's the enhanced or original? You went and you updated it to say it's the original from the iPhone 6S. Remember? I got that all on screenshot on Twitter. I mean, what makes you think it was anyone's decision other than his attorneys or one of his attorneys? Again, we're passing it off to Andy Baldwin, right? That's the insinuation. Okay. Well, what makes me think it's anyone's decision other than his attorneys is because obviously his attorneys didn't buy the website, create the website, write the website, and upload the video to the website. Someone else did all that. And it looks like Luke. Decision, no one's talking about whose decision it was. I was talking about who's behind it all, which you all were. Like that's see, again, the semantic games. Are you trying to tell me you don't know who's involved? Why are we playing games? You know exactly, and so do I. Fact. Facts, big facts. I've said from minute one, it was released by his attorneys. Why am I supposed to believe that? If you think it was anyone else, you would be incorrect. That's a stupid fight to have. You should have come clean. It's because it's the truth. The attorneys don't own that website. I know who owns it. And someone should have stepped forward and put some legitimacy behind it. You're all creating nothing but distractions by doing it the stupid way. It doesn't matter who owns it. Yes, it does. It does. It matters whose decision it was to create the website and whose decision it was to post anything. Well, whose decision was it? Again, That would be his attorneys. Really? Andy Baldwin and Jennifer Auger, who are now denying it and condemning you? No, that would have been whoever put it up on the website on behalf of whoever else. And I've come to several of you and asked to please step forward, and everyone's playing games like I'm a retard. That doesn't give it any legitimacy. What gives it legitimacy is who decided to post what, as they would have had to provide it specifically to post. Like I said, games. You're literally asking people to step forward whose decision it was not. Once again, semantic games. I'm not asking whose decision it was. I didn't come saying whose decision it is. I came saying, you all need to step forward for posting it. I don't care if the entire defense contingent breaks up behind this. I'm going to set the record straight. It's only caused more problems, and none of you have cleaned it up. Well, if you're going to set the record straight for whoever is still hung up on who posted the video. No, people weren't hung up. People were concerned and curious and were seeking the information. Let's not call it hung up. Then the straight record is that his defense decided to post public exhibits on a website unassociated with anyone but Richard Allen. No, it's associated with Luke. And Carol Weinecke, according to Murder Sheet. So that the public would have these now rather than a year from now when Gold decides they can be given to the public for money, if ever. Well, that's not your decision, though. See, lady, that's what I'm saying. It's not your decision to make decisions to circumvent Gull, because that's how you get people in jail. You still don't get the point. You all created a mess, and it needs to be cleaned up. His defense. I was trying to offer you an opportunity to clean it up yourselves. Period. Okay. Do you all understand me yet? Now, first of all, was that hateful? Was that hateful? Or was it matter of fact, let's take care of business? And was it met with honesty or semantic games in a circuitous fashion? Person behind the anonymous website that posted the 43-second Bridge Guy video has identified himself publicly. Everything in this post was voluntarily and publicly disclosed directly by the participants. It is already public information. I'm just sharing it here to tie up a loose end some people might still be wondering about. Says Artistic Dish 3782 on Reddit. The website with the video. The 43-second video of Libby and Abby interacting with Bridge Guy was first released to the public a few weeks ago on a website supporting Richard Allen. Strictly speaking, the website was anonymous. Nothing on it identified the creators. No one took credit for it publicly. And the person who registered the domain name kept their identity private. Yeah, like I said, it was registered only to what is it? It's called Spaceship Inc. Spaceship Inc. This made the website something of a minor mystery. Who made it and where did they get the video? The earliest version of the website heavily implied that it was affiliated with Allen's lawyers, saying that, quote, "We are now preparing for Richard Allen's post-conviction legal work." Close quotation. Post-conviction would not be Baldwin and Rozzi. Remember this, okay? Let's be clear here because none of us are stupid. Post-conviction would be Carol Weinecke and Michael Osbrook, who were attempting that contract. Carol Weinecke was alleged by Murder Sheet to own the website with Luke Nicholas. Do you understand? And why are we still having to do all this? If these people really want to be honest and genuine and a part of this community and raise the bar and step forward and just ease all of the tensions, wouldn't they just come? whoever come forward and say, yeah, I'm Kara Weineke, I'm Luke Nicholas, and we own the website, blah, blah, blah. Why are they creating all of this? But like I said, the website said, we are now preparing for Richard Allen's post-conviction legal work, which you would assume would be lawyers who believe they're going to be doing a post-conviction investigation and legal work. And remember, Luke said in the transcript that I read that, or maybe it wasn't, maybe it was Sleuth, one of these, in this past 3 hours, you've heard said from this team that the belief was that Alsbrook and Weineke were going to take charge of the website and release more. Remember that? Don't let that slip. You might have to rewind and go watch it. Again, Alsbrook, Weineke, they're in a contract. Alsbrook, Weineke are going to take over the website and release more exhibits. Weineke, Luke, see what I mean? We're not that stupid out here in this world. At some point, however, it was edited to add the statement that it was, quote, independently managed, close quotation. The appellate lawyers representing Allen made a statement that they weren't involved with the website, but it wasn't clear at the time whether that statement referred to the trial and the appellate lawyers or only the latter. Well, let me tell you, the appellate lawyers don't want to touch none of these YouTubers with a 10-foot fucking pole, and you could take that to the bank. The creator identifies himself. As of yesterday, the creator of the website has identified himself. As of yesterday, he identified himself via a live stream here, and that links to Excited Utterance. He is a private citizen and self-described web sleuth from London. He includes his name on his public Twitter page. But to be safe, I won't link it. Apparently, he is decently well known among Richard Allen supporters on Twitter and is simply referred to as Luke, which is what I will call him here. This live stream is 2 hours long. And in the interest of full disclosure, this author, hadn't watched every single second of it, nor do I expect anyone else to do so, but I did. The first 20 minutes or so are most relevant, a few pieces of information that may be of interest to a wider audience. Luke says that he controls but does not own the website hosting the Bridge Guy video. Regardless of the precise mechanics of ownership, no, those are just semantic games. Never mind what he says. Luke seems to be an active force behind the website. Luke implies that one of Richard Allen's lawyers is the actual domain owner. One of Richard Allen's owners? Well, I mean, one of Richard Allen's lawyers is the domain owner? Luke is cagey, vague about how close his relationship with Baldwin and Rozzi actually is, Allen's trial lawyers. At least regarding the 43-second video, Luke says that he posted it on a direct order from Baldwin. The impression I get from Luke's remarks is that he and the defense lawyers have some conflicting expectations about their collaboration. Luke thought that the website was going to serve as an official mouthpiece for the defense team, but the lawyers wanted to keep some plausible deniability and not attach their names to it. There seems to be a rift between the two sides now because Luke wants to keep posting trial exhibits to the website, whereas the lawyers have washed their hands of it and distanced themselves. Apparently, the lawyers regret posting the Bridge video. Again, we don't have precise details, so this is the best I can piece together from Luke's delicate description of the behind-the-scene tensions. Luke says he was heavily involved in the defense's $40,000 fundraiser for expert witnesses before trial. That situation seems like a big mess because Luke says that the $40,000 was raised. Some of it was spent, but the payment processor eventually shut down the campaign because it violated their terms of service. Also, Judge Gold did eventually provide the funds for the experts, making the purpose of the fundraiser moot. So what happened to the $40,000 in the end? Was it returned to the donors? No. Was it spent on experts? No. Was it impounded by the payment processor? Or what? Not clear. Ruh-roh. Where's the money? Remember when I showed the contract and I said there was some uncomfortableness with the money? Hopefully it's clear in my writing, but this post is for informational purposes only. I'm not endorsing or attempting to promote any of these social media personalities. The question of who posted the 43-second video of Libby and Abby has been a minor mystery, and we now have the answer. It was a private citizen who has a loose and seemingly rocky relationship with Richard Allen's lawyers through social media. Blue No More says, how did releasing the full video serve the defense? Then Carl Kulina says, may I correct you, Artistic Dish, on the point where you mentioned that he claims he posted the video on a direct order from Baldwin. The actual words he uses are, we got signal from Andrew Baldwin's office that he was ready, that he actually wanted to do this. Let's go back to that. May I correct you, Artistic Dish, on the point where you mentioned that he claims he posted the video on a direct order from Baldwin. The actual words he uses are, we got signal from Andrew Baldwin's office that he was ready, that he wanted to actually do this. It doesn't sound like a direct communication to me. It might be exactly why it was never followed up on by any more releases, as he says was intended. Yeah, and that's where I start to ask, is this Matt Hoffman? Is this why there's all this disgusting controversy? Is this why Jennifer Auger is basically, let's go back to this. What's the term? Auger drafted a press release condemning us for the release. It was only a miracle we got her not to release it. So the defense asks us to release, then Auger tries to fucking hang us from our nuts. They've actually made it 100 times worse. They were going to, but threw us under the bus after wrapping an anvil around our necks. Artistic Dish says, fair comment. There is some ambiguity because of how Luke deliberately dances around elements of his story. It's possible that he was only in contact with an outer fringe of quasi-affiliated defense personalities like Carol Weinecke. There are certain subset of there is a certain subset of these personalities that behave as if they have special direct access to Baldwin and Rozzi, whether they actually do or not. So maybe Luke believed that by extension, he had been integrated into an official team and began to overestimate his own influence. My interpretation of that quote is that Luke himself believed, rightly or wrongly, that Baldwin wanted him to post the video. Maybe Baldwin didn't actually direct any such thing. Maybe it was a game of telephone through some intermediaries like Weinecke, or maybe Luke read too deeply into communication from another party and misinterpreted, as a stronger endorsement of his activities than it was intended to be. Like you suggest, a miscommunication scenario could certainly explain why the defense team seemingly reversed themselves after the bridge video incident. In any event, it seems like the core legal team is starting to regret humoring some of the social media orbiters they've accumulated. The exhibits need to be released. Andrew Baldwin and Brad Rozzi need to man up. It's not good enough. March 28th. The other thing, if Andy Baldwin followed through with what was initially planned after the Bridge Guy video release, Prof would have never gotten the gas he used to put himself in the position he now has. The path to hell is paved with good intentions. March, I'm sorry, April 17th. Two hours before I came on the stream tonight, struggling to find a Prof video I can remix to the locks, but it would be too real. So do you see the butt hurt over the truth? Do you see the semantic games? Do you see the bullying? You know, like the razzle dazzle, the intimidate. Look, let me bring it back. Let's be real here. You notice how they're all the same? They're all screenshots of me with an awkward face with some sort of a harassing ass commentary. It's what we call a trolling campaign. So I ask you, who's hateful? I mean, let's remind ourselves here that when I approached this conversation, knowing that I already had the answer, the response I received was ridiculous. RickAllenJustice.com does not have the same IP address as the ones I used to. That's factually incorrect. I've heard you've been putting that around. The sites aren't even up at the moment. Be sure your reveals is in other words, it's not me. It's not me. It's not you. No, it's not. It's all of you. That's the thing. It's all of you. And remember, I named you all. I named you all in the very first days. That's how we started the show. Remember, I played that excerpt that was quite lengthy from the stream that you had Kate strike. Anyway. That's a lie, True Tammy. That's a lie. I got all the receipts, by the way. Listen, we're not going to argue about money. We're not going to argue about money, but don't make me put it on the screen right now because I will. I mean, fuck, I might as well do it now. That's if people want to gaslight, I'll put it on the screen right now. I mean, it's right here on the desktop. I'm not fucking around with you all. Where is it? I guess I'll have to pull it up and just be a mean person and show you. Whoops, that's not it. It's this one. Okay, it's called... That's it right there. What page is it on? I don't have to flip through all of those. You see, I don't like lies, is my whole deal. I might as well do it so we can like shut this one down. I'll find the right page for you so I don't have to flip through pages. Lord, let me just open it. I can type her name in. Let's see, Stacy. Okay, that's what page is that? 81. Got it. Okay, so I'll put it up for you guys because you guys really want the truth, and that's why I'm here, and I never fuck around with you guys. I give you the fucking truth, man. Let's look at something. We'll look at this. It's on my desktop. It's called that one, and it's page 81, did I say? Listen, none of this is done out of anger. It's out of like, let's Listen, if we cannot tell the truth about normal things, how in the hell are we going to tell the truth about Delphi? Do you guys understand my position here? Like, if we cannot even tell the truth about the normality of like the things here, how are we going to tell the truth about Delphi? Does everyone see that? Okay, and it's also page, let's see, there's a follow-up on page, I think it's, okay, you see those two? Can everyone see the screen? All right, let's go back. I'm sorry. Let's go back. I'll read it to you and then we'll be done for tonight. Court authorizes reimbursement to Andrew Baldwin in the amount of $12,400 for Stacey Eldridge, a cell phone expert. Court takes defendant's request for additional funds, okay, for Neil Brown, blah, 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 okay. And then that's dated October 1st, 24. Or it's actually September 30th and October 1st when it was initialed by both parties or signed by the judge. So you see $12,400 for Stacey Eldridge. And then per the September 30th order, court authorizes the payment to Andrew Baldwin in the amount of $12,400 as reimbursement for payments made to Stacey Eldridge. Check number 1760 for $6,400 and check number 11123 for $6,000, totaling $12,400, reimbursing for Stacey Eldridge. Got it? That's March 4th, 2025. Any questions? All right. With that being said, you got all the receipts you wanted, and hopefully you understood. And listen, I was not trying to be mean. I was not trying to attack anyone. I was not trying to be combative. Listen, like Miss Excited Utterance relayed to us in the beginning of the show, the real enemy are the people trying to bury this case, okay? So if we can have some integrity in this community, raise the bar, have some honesty, transparency, everyone manning up in this community, we might be able to turn as a unified front and fight. But nah, I'm telling you, like, it ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. And you saw in my messages to Luke and Sleuthy, I don't want a war. I prefaced all of that. I do not want a war here. You take care of it so I don't have to. They didn't take care of it, and they still haven't. Because, like I said, even as you saw in Luke's appearance on Excited Utterance, he says that he controls the website but doesn't own it. It's not good enough. And in both of those live streams, which I will link below, it was alleged that the defense released the video to these people to be released to the public, and that there was a plan to release a whole list more. But they're denying it. They're denying it to the extent that they were going to issue a press release condemning it and saying they don't condone it. And I would assume denying it. But somehow magically that never happened. And like I said, I show you the emails. Mr. Baldwin and Miss Auger have not responded to me. So we're still in a vacuum. So God bless you all. God bless Libby and Abby. And hey, God bless the United States of America. Maybe we'll make it a better place if the people get better. Okay. It's the only way it's going to become a better place. Remember Michael Jackson? Oh, that was a great guy when it comes to messaging. And he said, heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. Status quo has never worked in Delphi. Do better, be better. All right. Good night. I love you. Thanks so much for the chat. I love the chat. Mwah. All the supporters. Thank you.
you.